there it is. Okay, so let's do this. I'm getting on here. So this is like the next thing that happened. So I officially have my 100 videos. Officially. And mm, I'm not saying I don't have some ways to go, but I think I'm doing okay considering what I put into it. I don't tell anybody about it. I just log on and log on when I want to. I'm saying logged on. Yep, I need to log on. When it happened to me. Okay. There's a lot to cover. Oh my gosh, there's so many good things to cover. I mean, gosh, it's abundance of information to cover. But specifically, before I get into some of the other things I've got going on, everything is sort of sorting itself out. You know, let me see. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm okay. There. All right. Okay. Uh. All right. So I'm seated. I'm on. I might want a snapshot. Okay. There. I'm gonna try to do thumbnails with me in it. Particularly, I need to do thumbnails holding the phone because that is what I am. Okay, now I can get a little relaxed. All right, so first thing is first. Okay, yes, I am phone psychic, the phone psychic. I go by various names because we have stage names. So one of my stage names is well, variations. It depends on your accent. Donald, Danielle, Donnell, Donnell, Dono. So those are the four variations. I think, oh no, that's fine. The faster the better, the quicker the better. And then the other one is Ethan. Ethan means strong, firm, long lasting. So that's yeah. I said I gotta have Ethan. Also, it means no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm thinking of the other one. Never mind. I'm not even gonna bring it up. But yeah, this one was my choice. I've been working on this stage name for a while, so I like trying to get it where it would be acceptable. So anyway, but then he said, "Well, what is your name?" Yes, Isaiah Donnell. It's Donnell. That's the way that I was told I could pronounce it, but without the hyphen though. But it's you're meant to say it as a hyphen, but it's I think it's only meant for me is to know that. And I was given the option. I was like, I am not changing a thing. Dono is fine, and besides, it means the variation means something, of course, the Don and the L, but Donnell is the same as Don L. So and Donnell is means chief. So I'm not. That's not going anywhere. And then let's say righteousness. Okay, and then read is definitely the red one, but also it's in every single like as a fig or as a sacred tree. It's in every single like ancient religion. That's the herbage that was chosen. So it's in Egyptian, of course, Egyptian hieroglyphic. It's in Celtic. It's in the Holy Bible, Old Testament, Hebrew. It's just all across. So definitely we have to honor that at least. It's one of the 13 sacred trees, the lunar astrology. It's just yeah, okay. So I feel like I have a natural bloodline, spiritual connection to all of my names. Um, but yes, I do have also stage names for business purposes. Okay, so but I'm in my own space, my own channel, so I can kind of break those. I can those rules don't apply here, more or less. Okay, so and my aim, of course, I'm demonstrating the abilities of a psychic who also from through the University of Metaphysical Sciences through in like writing. I have also endless writing to do things that I have plenty of conversations late at night with spirit. I have not shared. I have materials I have not shared on any of my lives, and all of my lives speak something different, and they expand to other territory that will always expand to other territory, even without me bringing up a single word of the types of information that I intend to bring in membership. So it's always something to talk about. I just find myself rarely ever I'm going. I just for the very first time in my entire online existence, there's my alarm's going off. Um, oh, that I have reached 100 videos. So I believe this is video 101. So for the very first time, I now have 100 videos, and it feels good. It feels good. Also, I guess people's retention is getting better. So like this, I don't know if you want to say this. Well, this part or at this time, it's like up to like 20 minutes. It's like up to 20 minutes. I've a long way to go, but in my brain, I'm like, yes, yes. 20 minutes is nice. I mastered the 20-minute, red square because that's the 20 minutes is like, especially for a psychic, well, a psychic who works via the phone, professional phone psychic. 20 minutes is like the minimal. Well, it's 10 minutes when you may be talking about money. It's like 2 minutes, 10 minutes. But when you're saying, okay, here's a client, usually it's going to be 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes. That's plenty of time, we think, for everyone to ask their questions, for me to give them their answers. Uh, and of course, I always promise everyone, I said, don't worry. Even if we have 5 minutes, I'm saying we're going to answer all of your questions that you have today. It's not about me to show off my abilities. Like as I'm talking about you, I'm demonstrating my abilities. In fact, because I don't ask questions, I just go right into um, I'm reading people just right into the reading, so they don't have to ask me anything. One second, this alarm is in my ear. Uh, I don't have a thumbnail, so there you go. Look at that for a second. Okay, so all right. Okay, let me. Hopefully, it won't go off again because sometimes it doesn't trust me with good reason. Okay, I'm back. So clearly, I don't trust myself. I have like four different time slots where my alarm can go off throughout the day to kind of keep me in line. I always have to keep focused. Mm-mm. Okay, so I think everything is okay. Everything is ready. And okay, so this particular video is just um, at various times I'm going to demonstrate. I love demonstrating the psychic ability live. I love it. You know, it brings me so much joy, you know, to read for people. And so, like, reading people live, that's not a hang up for me. I don't get nervous or anything. And I still don't ask questions, you know, or anything like that. I love the ability of not having to ask people questions. And clients will sometimes ask, well, what do you need from me? Any information? I'm willing, I'm open. I'm like, oh, I don't need anything. I always say, well, let's just start with your first name. Because sometimes they're so excited, right, to get their, you know, work with their questions. They get through, and yes, they'll say, if there's any information, I'm like, I don't need any information. Let's just start with your first name. That'll be fine. We can start there. Then I just let them know. I just like to just, if you don't mind, I just like to just start. And of course, if it resonates and if, you know, there's details, there's always details. But that's how I get people to who relax. They're like, okay, I get to test you a little bit, see if there's a connection. If there is, then we will go forward. So then we always go forward because you know, it's very specific information, not like, well, I can see where you're going with this. No, it's more like this is like you explained it to the T. This is what it is. It involves this and the nature of that, and this is exactly what they did, what I'm doing, what we're both are doing, or you know, of course, that's in any form of relationship. It doesn't have to mean relationship related, because sometimes it'll talk about other areas. I've had, you know, the guides will talk about home, loved ones. It'll talk about bosses, employees, friends, associates, strangers. So, but love is like a priority. People are, you know, it's like a top question, I guess. So I typically will, you know, use that as sort of like a, I guess this is like the standard question. It's like, but it's really not. There's other forms of questions. In fact, we're beginning to break away from people are beginning to ask other questions that go beyond just, like you would say, work, beyond, relationships. Because you meet somebody in a reading, and you better trust the guides. Guides said this person doesn't need a relationship to make them happy. Oh yes, I've had relationships where people are like, I'm just fine. Like, what's that song? I could buy myself flowers. I could buy myself flowers. So, yeah, and my guides tell me exactly that. Oh, you don't really require a companion. You're just fine as you are. Yeah, like they're laughing, and it's true. Now that conversation could have went infinite ways. It could have went, actually, I'm a bartender. Actually, I work in a club. Actually, I'm a dancer, and I have questions about like all types of guys. Like, or I'm in school right now, and I'm, seeing, and I'm going back home. It could have went, but it's the specific details. That's what makes my readings interesting. From the from the first 10 seconds, this is how the conversation spins off. And then it just goes on into like details of a person's life without it becoming tedious, by the way. So I mean, it's not a it's well, I guess I could tell the story, but it doesn't feel dragged out. But however, if we're talking about like in 3D world, 5 minutes, 7, 10 minutes, I know how to trim it up a little bit, but also give you basically, it's kind of like giving you the meat of the bone. Like if you bake meat, you can bake meat to where I guess the meat's falling off the bone, or you can boil the heck out of it, and I guess it kind of, you know, uh, in I guess, well, not anything like bake though, not like a baked, but where the meat just sort of seems to fall off the bone. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Unless you're talking about like soups. If you bake like the meat all day, and you keep it replenished, you don't ever let it dry out. And but of course, if you're doing that, you have to definitely season, because it'll drain all the nutrients out, and all you do is just chomping on meat where you've lowered the nutritional value out of it, which is no point if you're not at least not gonna add flavor. But if you're gonna add flavor, you might as well add things that are good for you, so you can do whatever. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be thinking like this. Well, my psychic readings are similar to that. They work kind of like that. I'm getting, it's getting better, or it's getting better, or I'm getting better at feeling more comfortable, I think. I'm a little bit more comfortable with what I'm doing, and I think that I have, for myself, um, brought back, the, because I wanted to reconnect with, because, okay, so back in the 70s and 80s, the way they marketed, you know, these things, I mean, they are phenomenal in marketing these things. Um, they've marketed, and of course, the people who knew how, I'm pretty sure they've ascended. They've transcended this world. No one does it. I mean, they can shape all the bells and whistles, but no one knows the language anymore. Not really. Um, Save people who study it. People are still interested. They take you know, um, the mystery out of it. And of course, and then they try to talk about it. They explain it, not explain it. They explain it, and of course it gets watered down, and then it gets dull, and then it gets boring, which I believe that's intentional. Same way, it's like going to someone who is disapproving of a religion, any religion, and then explaining it. They have no interest in it, or in itself it does nothing for them, but they see everyone in the room likes it, so why not, making it like an attraction, like put it somewhere in the room, corner of the room, center of the room, because everyone else is digging it. So they know how to present it. But oh, you're interested in this stuff, that kind of thing. So, and if you're fortunate, then you're like okay, so oh, you're into this and this stuff, and then you have the professional who knows all about it, and so they're in the room, in the middle of the room, hired by the one who is saying, "Oh, you're interested in this stuff? Oh, well, come here," you know, and they're like tapping in your credit card. So, so, so what I'm saying is, it is amazing when the one in the center of the room can introduce it themselves. But I wanted to connect with with this in the context of like the way that they marketed it in the 70s and 80s. What made it fascinating to me. I loved like the way they marketed it. I mean, you could spot it like right away in the newspapers, in the magazines. Like my stomach would just like I would just get so excited in the way that they market it, or you'd watch television and all of a sudden some kind of commercial, it's just like 5 seconds, and I would just be so pulled in. I was like, oh wow, that sounds so amazing. And it would talk about ESP. It would talk about all the different types of, like psychometry, the photographic of aura, and they say, oh yeah, we're going to be meeting here and of all ages. I was like, please, please, please take me. And yes, the thing is that, okay, so I have okay, so there's a generation of, um, now although they don't, I don't think this generation that comes, that where I come from is going to talk to their mom and grandmom like this. So they like I don't think they would have called my great grandmom a root worker. So, and you know what I mean, like a whole line of root work. I don't think they would use that term because they're very. I mean, they are like Baptist Christian fearing. Um, However, though that they witnessed all that, but somehow I think it was because of trauma. They there's two generations that became disconnected, and then I sprung, and and I was already talking about these things. I didn't have the words to put it. I would say, why this happened, this happened, this happened. Hey, spirits, spirits, ghosts, what a touching. I didn't know the word spirit, but I knew the word like monster, person. We'll get back to this subject. A pleasure, Donald here. Oh, good. She's gonna be happy. A pleasure. Welcome. A pleasure. You were showing up on the radar. I wasn't ducking. I was here. I was like, no, she's still working. I know she's. I can feel it. She'll be here. She'll catch. She'll catch. She'll do a reading. I know. I know she will. I was trying to be ready for you. Hmm. Okay. 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 Mm. Yes. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Right. Right. Hmm. Right. Mm. Yeah. Say it. It's okay to acknowledge it. Okay. Hey, yes. Mm-mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Right. 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 And a lot of this is, as you're thinking about this, what's processing through your husband's mind as well. You know what this means. First of all, to branch out from the dream, the two of you are reborn. Meaning, we did work where you're no, you're not in their cycle anymore. Like they're not in sync with you, and you're, you don't like the concerns of, will we have to play this out again in another lifetime? Is like a no, like you're reborn from out of this because we were doing work with that. Okay, all right. So now brings us to this the opera. Like, why would they choose that space? I get the strong sense that they're okay. So they are in they're in the same reality that they have always been. But however, your husband and yourself are not. So they're trying the same things. Like, like when you're connected with your soul group, there's certain things that are obtainable. The points of why we want to be with our true soul group that helps us to achieve gifts, and goals and like nice expensive seats. And they're like, no matter, we could do this ourselves. But not, of course, you broke. The beautiful thing is they're no longer, as you would say, taking advantage of this because they took advantage of the mortal friendship. The friendship between people. They broke your mortal trust. They broke your trust in the 3D world. So it didn't work out. They said, "Oh yeah, well it doesn't matter. We can still and we'll just sit." And then of course, they're realizing, whoa, energy has shifted, energy has changed, and of course the looks that you got was them looking at your aura, Like your aura, that's your aura protecting you. It's like when you're looking at something and you're in front of someone and they're looking and there's like a reflection of light beaming in the person's face. That's your aura and their light bouncing up, but you're seeing all this in their on their their facial expression, hitting against their skin, hitting against their eyes. But it's, like it's very brief. You could see it, and sometimes it comes across as dark, like dark, murky, which means that does mean, however, they have ill intent. They have ill intent, but all of that is deflecting. It's like looking. They're looking at the reflection. It's reflecting off of them. That's why the displeasure. The displeasure, of course, being that things they're not able to connect with the energy that they are dialing. They don't have that power anymore. They don't have that jurisdiction, authority any longer. And the awkwardness, David reaching out, to to right, to connect with Kevin, and um, and of course, Kevin's vibration is one where he's I believe he's he's meant to feel let down by David. It's like because Kevin was like, well, you could have done more. I would have done more. This is how I would have handled the situation, and then David didn't, and David even let this go on as long as it was never mentioned. And so that's the way that Kevin is like like feeling in this in all of this. In all of this, it's like wow, that's all that you have. That's as much as you can do. You can't do anything more. That's it. It's like like smile graciously. Like you're like, huh, okay, all right. It's like it dialed in. Kevin, your husband, had to go through this exchange because this is where he says Rebecca was right, and also this entire situation. Oh, by the way, the 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 title of this, Rebecca was right. That's the title, by the way, if there is such a thing. This is the title of this today's chapter. Yes, you were right. And this is one of the instances where your husband is saying, like his wife is right about all of this. Oh my gosh, because sometimes he's like, it's not that you're not right. He's not jealous or it's nothing like that. It's more like I have to say that she's right. She is right, and he knows that you have his best interest at heart. Like why you said the way what you said, the way you started this process. You started this process, and he says, well, she was right. She has the right to do it, but she's also correct in her imagining of what all this means. And I, you know, am looking at this happen right before my eyes. It's playing. The dance is being performed right in front of your husband, and it needed to play out exactly like this, so that it's like emotionally to understand because he doesn't he doesn't bring it and make it a subject in the conscious world, but it's definitely reached him, of course, because action wise, he changes, he makes the necessary changes, and so it settles down in the lower realms or in the emotional realms, and then it okay, it did need so it needed like you want to say like a way to connect, and by David and Nikki being present, that allowed for those emotions, types of emotions, to surface and connect, especially as David is reaching out, and he looks like he's reaching out from like a there's a huge like a gap between him. Like the only thing to do is to reach out, and it's like it feels like he's reaching out for sympathy, more so, and of course the vibrations of the male vibrations, it's like, oh wow, it's like he never like David could have done so much more to prepare for this day. He could have stood strong and really greeted him like you want to say like a brother, like like maybe the bracing of the forearms or something, but he could tell how everything flowed. That it wasn't strong. It wasn't his greatest moment. Uh, through your husband Kevin's eyes, look, perceiving David, and so it the smile was more like a out of place smile. It wasn't a smile of endearment. It was a smile of like a reaction. It was a reaction, like a nervous laugh. Like we it's really, I mean, we laugh to kind of lighten the mood sometimes. I find myself do that. I'll laugh to lighten the mood a little bit or lighten the conversation. But no, this one was more like, oh my, I've seen you in having better days. Kind of laugh like, oh, it's been better for you, David. It's been better. Like if you were with us, you certainly, would have those seats. It felt very much like that. I was like, well, then to follow, and sometimes we need our thoughts to speak, like like the okay. Sometimes our thoughts need to overwrite what we'll do consciously. Like he'll say, oh, don't worry. Instead of saying, don't worry to get better, it's more like, well, uh, a lot of things have happened, and here you are, and you have nothing to say for it. It's like his mind now, his emotions. I mean, overriding what maybe consciously he would like to say. Oh, hi, David. How you doing? Does we have been so no? It's like, yeah, it's pretty messy how you let this go on. You know, uh, maybe I could have helped you out. If we would have kept in contact. We fell out of contact and you never tried to really reach out to make amends. So all of that emotion, of course, all that can be said in one beam line of emotion, one beam of emotion. All of that is said in that little interaction, especially with the touch, because touch is transference, and this vibration of all of David's nervousness and the touch of the shoulder. Oh, definitely. Your husband picked up on that. I read all the impressions, the imprint. It's like give you that feeling like, oh my gosh, that touch was was not beneficial. It gave me a lot of answers because the touch can leave you, because after the touch, right, then the sensation could be, and you see him walk off, you see how, like maybe awkward, he's not in his strength, he's not centered, and he's looking, your husband is looking, as they're moving away, it's like, oh gosh, it's like, I didn't do any more because I really didn't. You have to hear words play out. I hate to say it like this. Well, it just didn't, it wasn't of value to me. I didn't see the value in it. I didn't see the importance of speaking up. I didn't see why I should challenge my wife or say, hey, these are our friends, well, let's make it worth their while, or well, let's talk with them first. Let's get them on the phone or something and just talk this out. There's no reason why we can't be friends. It was like, wow, it leaves them, he left them with that impression. That down is like it gets the body is what they call physiological electromagnetic unit. It's so it gets it's like everybody has their own prints, fingerprints. Yep, it's like a fingerprint, and of course you can clear it. Don't worry. It's just when it happens, you literally are reading, like, other vibrations and thoughts start to play, and we should listen to those. But yeah, of course you both will clear that vibration out so it doesn't stay, like, especially when you have time away from that person, it'll naturally lift. The energy lifts. And also it seems to connect. So it can the intensity lifts as they seem to forget. Kind of like, oh, I got through that, and then the energy at the same time simultaneously, it lifts, it pulls out of your aura. But then you have to deal with the idea that happened, and it's kind of like a parallel, like an experience that you had. Then you can go in and kick that off. But that's at a psychic level. That's on a psyche level, which he will naturally do. He'll go and he'll talk it out, and then that will break away, and then Kevin will be whole psychically, meant for Rebecca. But right now he's like, Like when he's like, I wonder, he's thinking, I wonder what was going on through David's head when he saw us, and and he kept it short and brief. I mean, I understand why. Besides that, he couldn't just stand there and have a chat. He's trying to find it, but still, yet it was so quick, and there was no door open reconnect at some point in the future. Like he will start to think all this out, process everything. I mean, your husband Kevin will begin to process everything. But this was one of the. This is when they mentioned that he had Kevin would have to experience this in real time. This is what they're referring to, because like you could tell him like they're not healthy for us. Kevin had to experience David and Nikki not being healthy for well, either of you, but for him. And then of course he was, but this was strictly for him to say or to get to the point of I reached the conclusion that she's right. She's absolutely right. She caught it. I mean, I didn't want to see it. I was open minded, but she caught it with good reason. I'm listening. I listened, and I'm listening now, and I definitely could see where there's an issue. And that's so Kevin understands you now, and this conversation, this reading comes from, um, when he was challenging you on something, and you knew in your heart of hearts, your higher conscious that you were correct, and the reading confirmed it. And this exercise, spiritual psychic exercise, it's confirming it. It's like it's supporting um, Kevin's understanding, like why you need to speak up when you do. Because he made it said, like, why do you have to speak? Why do you just can't lose everybody? Everyone's human. But then now he understands, like, well, she was right about this one and the other one. And you're looking at things, to, as you say, it improves Kevin and yours connection, because again, it's Kevin and you being reborn, but together, and your twin flame. And there's other, of course, beautiful connections along the path. So we're not losing people; we're gaining people. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Yes. Hmm. Right. Now, since Venus, of course, through the channel through the personality of Libra and Aries. Aries is about where people want to say, "What about me?" It's about the individual. It's about Rebecca and Kevin. We'll say we could say, right, because both are twin flame. So people in the circumstance of like David and Nikki, they can hold us in kind of like in their spiral, in a spiral, in our spiral, where we never meet people that we were maybe meant to meet. It was like that. There's destiny and then there's fate. Destiny we have to, through free will, we have to take hold of. Fate is just like it just happens to you, whatever happens. And so you took the route, which is proof that when we think, oh my gosh, I'll never have friends again, I'll never have friends like this one, it's not always bad, because of our fear of what if, like the experiences you're telling us, all these powerful people who are bright lights and in important positions, what if they don't exist? What if these people don't align with me? What if they don't choose me? What if it doesn't happen? It's all of these dots that will keep us in those spirals if we're not careful with people. I hate to say it like this, but engaging Nikki and David keeping us there, and they're benefiting from out of this experience, and we're realizing, oh my gosh, it something is being taken from me, vibrationally. I can feel it. This is not good. But you caught it, and you realize, like, actually, life, the elevation of life continues, and it didn't. What do you call it? It didn't. It wasn't leading. It was never leading to Nikki and David. It was never like to stop at Nikki and David. Doesn't. It wasn't meant to stop there. It was always meant to transcend, and you transcended. Well, you both transcended together. Mm-hmm. With your husband. Your husband, and yeah, that was the whole point. Kevin transcended with you, Rebecca, and then here you are in these elevated uh, people. By the way, when you elevate it, they're elevating because it's universal collective consciousness, but there's also universal collective symbols, and these symbols is how you both connect, which like the love of music. So the symbols of music is that, right, is the collective symbol here. A universal language. Like, what's the universal conscious language? Symbols. And of course, everybody knows what the symbol of music is, and conductor and all of that. So you connected with that star or that bit as they on the other side of it connected. You pulled each other, you transcended together as a group, so tribe, and everyone elevated. Everyone took a part in this, as they say, adding to the collective consciousness. Even if it's like a group, even if it's a small group, a handful of people, it's beautiful. And of course, it can grow and it can expand. People can become enlightened and enjoying. The journey. They could come along for the journey. But one thing is beautiful. You were allowed to transcend, and you overcome. We are very sometimes worried or fearful, which brings about concerns of what the afterlife is like. So this is like the afterlife in this lifetime. The other side, you reach the other side, and it's beautiful there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hmm. Absolutely, absolutely, because you know, they it's like they are in an old territory that you had to clean it up. This old territory, and it's not to your fault at all, but it is to your benefit to continue with like cleaning up. Like the way that they want to do. They want you accessible, Rebecca. They genuinely do. They want access to you. Almost like when they're good and ready, and you're in this area. I feel like you're adding structure to where they have to approach you like a client. They have to approach you and say, okay, this is where the transaction happens. Like you said, you're getting ready to quote them, and you should quote them. You should quote them. Absolutely. You know what I sense? I sense that. Okay, so this is something that's in the parallel, and it's like, why do they just walk up to you and just sort of like, hey, Rebecca, I need this. Like, what is it about me apart from others? Are other people they do that with the other barristers? Okay, so this is what they show me that you're creating. They, I saw kind of like a counter, and someone standing there to greet them at the counter, and they're saying, hi, I would like to speak to Rebecca. Hi, they're like, okay, it's like boundary. There's a boundary vibration here. Something is like a point of transaction is being set up where they can reach out and say, could you take a look at this? I know your time is valuable, and send the quote right over. But we really need this checked out. That's a vibration I feel you are speaking from. You're developing, you're cultivating this space, and it's a very healthy thing for you to do. It's very healthy, and it's like you said, it's fair, and yet and it comes with being persistent. Like you have to do this like regularly. It could be uncomfortable because sometimes we would like to believe that people just do things naturally, like like a community. I'll take care of you, but that's not. No, they're certain. You're very certain. The moment you give them their advice, they're not coming back. They're disappearing, and that's what this is. This is like there's a right way to do things. There's a wrong way to do things. Right now, it's the wrong way. They said it's created a conflict for you to do the work that is your spirit work, your life. Oh, it's interrupting the reason why this is so sensitive today is because it's affecting your life purpose, um, the partnership within the realm of partnership. You have a life purpose connected to the realm of partnership, and they are, they're not. It's like a someone who steps out of the line to try to want to skip ahead to speak to you. They want to like I need you now. They want to skip ahead, but they're not invited to. You don't have the right permissions or credentials to do that. You're like, oh, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to get back in line, and I'll get to you. But it's like they want to overwrite your either your program, overwrite your rules, which means it puts you in a place of where you're juggling. It's not like nice and organized. Like your world's becoming very. I was thinking of you yeah, yesterday morning, and I said, well, everything is becoming nice and organized, business wise, like the way that things are going to flow. And it's like, I'm finally happy. I'm happy with you. Like I'm hearing vibrations like that around you, and so you're creating this. So you're having this justifying moment or this justice moment that's connected with your, of course, the Venus, the Libra, and in the realm of like, especially business, like you want to be treated fairly, and so you're creating a space where just just interactions can happen with this client and any other. By the way, I was looking at this the and oh, by the way, it's very much this energy is it reminds me of like what do you call it, the twilight energy. Everything looked in twilight, or like a lunar, like with a blue vibration. And that's the colors that I was looking at. Sometimes it comes across as like just before the consciousness is like one step before conscious in this space in the twilight. When you look up and everything looks blue out of a dream, this is the space that exists. And this is the space where we typically don't even acknowledge, uh, like we don't think anything of it, but there are people, and we call them the ancient term for them is divers. Divers, it's like they're in a swimming pool, like they sink to this space, and we used to think they're sinking deep to the alpha state, but it's much more a higher state, maybe like a sigma, and they'll go right here, and then they'll do all kind of things. They'll write things that they shouldn't. This is also where people will fabricate story on you, and then you come back and say, "Oh wow, somebody did this," and you catch it. You're like, "Oh my gosh, it's like somebody pricked you with a pen." It's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe why would they do that?" It's like, Why would they ask you something so much like months something you sound like you did much earlier? And say, "Hey, what do you still think about this?" You're not done. It's like, wait a minute. I first of all, I gotta look at it again. This is so far back. why did you wait for so long? You're making me work as if like, okay, you're obligated. Your work was not done. You're not done till we say. You're like, no. Rebecca says she's done. She's concluded things when she says the transactions are, it's satisfactory. When she says it's done, that's as far as she is, and she's done. Then that's when. Like he's trying to say, oh no, you're still working. He's like, oh no, I'm not. So you're letting him know. So anyway, this is a good thing that we are becoming aware of this section. By the way, it's a at first it feels like you're taking a lot of effort, but the thing is, once it's set up, then you can go, you're a light of mind. The next stage is we prefer to walk in a light of mind. Like, oh, everything is, people are nice. People are like, welcoming. They want me to help them. Fantastic. Kevin says good morning. All of that. And so when these structures that where they're at right now in the twilight area, when those things are set up, we can go back to that. So like quicker that we get this set up, the then our attention from other things that you would like to talk about or think about will go unaffected. Okay. Hmm. Um, they will accept that. They will accept that. I get the sense that in the future, I think you're going to rethink your price. I think you'll rethink it. It'll be higher. You nailed it. You read me so fast. Yeah, but I know why you would do it with them. I know why you would do this with them. It's like, like you've already, you've done work for them, and it's like it's kind of out of nowhere. They say it's like like here, like you're juggling already, and they throw an extra, something extra, orange in there. Like they're gonna juggle that too. So it's like okay, quickly as I get it done, but if we don't ask them for something, that feeling, that heat, that hot feeling under the collar, like oh my gosh, like right, like something, okay, what, I lost something, that's gonna happen. But this will counter that feeling. Okay, they gave me something in return, and they respect your energy and your time, and they respect you. So that's why it will work. But I know that you're going to shit because you're structuring, you're restructuring. And you'll be ready for the next encounter. You'll be ready for the next one. Hmm. You know, that would be me being saying now you're being daring, and that's good. That now you're living to your full capacity. You're like you said, 7.5. This is actually like structurally, this is sound. This is also where we get nervous because this is where our identity, our solar plexus start to fire off and say, am I worthy? Am I not a fraud? Am I second guessing myself? Are they going to like tell me like, hey, there's better out here? So, but if you do, the fact that you're doing it releases a different type of vibration from the solar plexus, and it helps with the identity part of us. It helps with the portion of identity, particularly the third chakra. Hmm. So it's a yes. If you're ready, if you say, I can do it right in on this one, fantastic. That's even better. Yes. Okay. 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 Mm. Right. Right. Exactly. Hmm. Exactly. Exactly. Definitely. At 5,000 is not the ideal figure. It doesn't feel, like the weight of the offering does not feel heavy enough to balance out scales. It feels like I would still be frustrated. I still feel frustration, and it's like underscore what I actually need. That's a stroke. So we don't. It's like something we don't want to recount again. I get the sense that anything better than 5,000 is of course, but the 7.5. Even if you gave it a range, you know, like 7 to 7.5. Even if you gave it a range, but this is this is definitely, as you say, this is the logical. This is logical because it's logical. Everyone is moving in logic. My whole premise, like, why did I even study this aspect of us? What was the reason why the universe made me study that part? Because okay, so you're being logical, and then there's something that is illogical, but then but because it's human language, right? It says irrelevant. It treats your logical, like, okay, this is your rationality as irrelevant, illogical. It's illogical what the practice that they want you to now take on, this out of nowhere, for no apparent reason. You have no real connection with them. They've never said hello, how's your day, and then so it's okay. Then is the irrationality of leaping, onto the chair to get this done right away. For of course, they're not concerned for, out of concern for them more than for selves, putting them first. That's not good, in this dynamic. Yeah, it's just not. And then of course the part where it makes our rationality, what we think, and what, like, the beautiful way that you're living life, and it's nice. You're going into you. I'm so happy. Spirit is very happy that you are immersed again into the society, doing the society, events and things like that, and it's connected and binding you to beautiful souls. Okay, that's rational, right? And then they're making that, like, as though it's, irrelevant. Do this. So it takes away, again, it takes your attention off. Okay, you're in your soul path, right? Doing the soul thing. You have your assignments from heaven, and then one of us mortals saying, "Hey, irrelevant. Do this. Relevant for you." And you're like, no, 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 no. I just was looking at something spectacular in the universe. Right? Okay, you get it, and that's why I know that this is the right way to go. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Exactly. Yes. Yes. And this will become a part of a system that, like, it won't always feel like, what did I just, like, bump, like you're walking and and in our beautiful world in our mind, and then we bump a table or something. You're feeling like a psychically or spiritually has stubbed one's foot or toe. No, you won't feel like that this time. This is good. Mm. That's what this energy does. It pulls you off your path, and that's a subsequent. It's like, wait a minute, you were like you said, everything was in place. You was doing all this. You was on point in your steps, and then now, yep. And that's why we get so bothered. We're like, wait a minute, I didn't ask for somebody to throw an extra something for me to juggle. I didn't welcome it. It just, okay. Yeah, now, energetically, because it is, yeah, energetically, that's the symptoms. and it catches the eye. Like, like this isn't something you can explain naturally. You have to you have to sit down and kind of think about it for a moment. Like, I'm out of linear. I'm not centered. I need to get centered. I just need to sit here and get centered first. That's what we're working on, and you're doing that. You're doing that now. Sure. Okay. Well, yes, I sure am for you. I'm gonna make sure I'm here. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to come early. I would like to come early, much earlier. I don't know if um, are you needing me in the morning? Maybe. Okay. Okay. Is 9 okay? Like 9? Okay. I'll be here. Okay. Will do. I asked her, but her British respectable self wouldn't let me. She was like, "Nah, you know, just say you need me in the morning." I told her that I told this woman what I wouldn't do for women. I mean, the ones that are who are nice and balanced. Shoot, she better not say I wouldn't. I told her, I said, if you need me to come in early, tell me. She's British, she's British. She's like, girl, woman, did you know? Okay, let me. If you tell me to come at 8 o'clock, or hey, I'm gonna need you. I know it's early, 6 a.m. I'm gonna be there. As I said, if you need me to come early at any time, just let me know. I I had to suggest it. I'm gonna work on her. I'm gonna get her to speak up now. I got her doing all kind of things. So she went up from 5,000. Now she's thinking more like 11 to 11 and a half. We're getting her together. So she's going to the top opera house. She's hanging out with the Regal Royal, ladies and gentlemen. She's buying the most expensive seats in the opera house. She's a what do you call those people? She's a Patreon. She's a patron. Chanel. So, yeah. And I'm playing. I'm not just playing with Barbie. No, no. I'm Barbie and Ken meeting Mitch and Tammy. Barbie, like Mitch and Tammy, get out of the way. Barbie and Ken are coming through. We got to give them other names, but it was the concept. I knew what I was doing. I know by concept. I know what I'm talking about. I might be playing Barbie, but I'm playing Barbie and Ken. There's Barbie and there's Ken, and then there's Mitch, and then there's Tammy, and we're like Mitch and Tammy, get out of the road. Mm. Y'all do let me dress y'all up sometimes before y'all meet y'all person. I'll be like, what colors should I wear? I'd be like telling y'all like what colors. Like, mm-hmm. Which I'm trying to wing myself away from that. Like, I don't I've begun like not telling you guys like what to wear, what car to buy, where to live. But I do help people get to their dream home. I help somebody like they wanted to. I think they wanted to. Oh yeah, yeah. Someone. Okay, they bought a beach house. You know, yeah, lots of those. People, deciding what property to buy. They want to buy property. They're like, do I buy this property or what? Do I go all in? Mm, so, anyways, it's fun. It's pretty fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. It took me effort to to get myself on here. Now I know why I should have. I made the best the executive decision, and I'm live, and I I'm happy that I went live today. We got some business accomplished. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyway, it's gonna be nice. Her husband was calling her, so she had to go. That's a real twin flame. I'm telling you, they. Oh yeah, they also should be. Oh yeah, they are on a trip, I believe. I think they're on a trip. There's just a lot going on because we opened up. I mean, we peeled back their reality, like pulled their whole scat back. Okay, so this is a real astute woman. She was literally like she was like sitting on a wall at the foot of the ocean, watching the ship go by. And the ships were coming, and she was explaining to me that the ships would come close, and they were playing, like very like really loud party music. And she said it's the most beautiful. She's like the day is beautiful, the weather's. Oh yeah, I also gave them beautiful weather. Lenny said somebody called and says, yeah, it's beautiful. Well, it's all high vibrations. Like, yeah, it's beautiful out here. The sun is out and it's not raining. Like they can't believe it. Dharma. I'm not. Yeah, I'm getting used to this dharma. And she also received my dharma. She said something that what did she say? She says something that I typically say, but I never told her. I didn't give her an idea to say it. Anyway, well, I know she's in my heart. I know. I just can't recall exactly what was said, but she connected. Mm. So let me see. Is there anybody else? Let me. See. I don't. I'm trying to see. Okay, because all my clients they're having a fantastic moment. So let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah. Let me go ahead and set the schedule. We gotta go early. Yeah, we need that one. We can use this one. Um, okay. Give me plenty of time. Oh boy. Let me do this too. Okay. All right. Okay. Let me make sure. All right. Okay. One thing about the UK, they like their evenings to themselves. And if they call anytime after, like in the evening, well, would be evening in their morning, wee early out in the morning, they are obnoxious. They are obnoxious. So if I want their serious, like them in their acute moment, I would need to come in early, which is that's a 3 a.m. Which I was like 3 a.m. Oh my god! But yeah, I could do it. I mean, I've done it. So I was like, can you come early? So I just gave them my old schedule, at least for the day. But I'm not gonna add that. Like, yeah, no. It's like if they suggest it, I'll do it. If they don't, they you need me to come in early. Tell me. Other than that, I'm gonna be like, if you're gonna be gone, I'm gonna be gone. So I left my schedule pretty flexible, which means Monday I'm gonna have a very busy, long day. It's already a long day because I'm here till like 10 o'clock. So right now I'm here till 9. So it'll be from 3 a.m. my time to 4 p.m. It doesn't sound as bad. It doesn't sound bad when I think of it like that. Because I'm thinking their time is 9 a.m. in the morning to 6 o'clock, I think. Is it? Yeah, 6 o'clock there. No, 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 not 6 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 10 p.m. That sounds crazy. From 9 a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. sounds insane. That sounds crazy. But that's in UK time. So that's why I tell people, it's like, no, it's an illusion. I'm not here 24 hours. They're like, take a break. I'm like, no, no, no. Let me back up. Let me explain. When I log out, it's actually afternoon, if not afternoon. But now that I trimmed out my hours, where it's only 3 days, now they're all like, "Hey, where you been?" Oh, now you want me around? I thought you needed me to take a sabbatical. Okay, all right. So where are we at? Okay, so what was I? Oh, what were we talking about? Well, first of all, I gotta heat this up. I'll come. Watch me have to come running back in because the phone rang. But I'm gonna go and uh, get warm, get this warmed up, and then I'll come back. Oh, to finish my story. That's what we're talking. We're talking about a serious topic here. I'll give a thumbnail here. A oh, okay. While that's doing that, oh, where was I? Basically, oh, so this also proves my point. I'm switching the subject because I don't recall where I last left off. I'll have to like rewatch that. So basically, my point being proven that though we have soul mates, soul tribes, soul connections, and we know for a fact not all of these soul interactions are healthy one or show off our best character features, that yes, you can break from them. And yes, I have in this reading, it reflected that. Like, okay, so I'm reading for someone who has had like repetitive life cycles with this like between themselves. So it's like okay, it's a group of people that keep coming back basically, and um, and finally, my client has had enough, and so we began doing work. This is what I deem as life path work. This I only introduce it to people who are serious. So I wouldn't even you wouldn't even know that this exists. You know, if it like working with me, you wouldn't even know that this is a thing unless because first of all you would come seeking it, and then we would begin doing the work. Because sometimes when you do this work and then people get the results, they they weren't ready for the results. Like some people are not ready to, let's say, break off from one of their soul connections. Sometimes they're like, no, I was not ready. I told you what would happen. I didn't take it seriously. Like, oh no, okay, no, it won't happen quite like that or happen quite so fast. They're like, what did you do? I'm like, you did it. I didn't do it. I just read it, which means like if they um, if the person gets factored out of their life. So basically, uh, my client and their spouse were so connected to another couple. We offset that by severing the cord, so they no longer fl- um, flip or become intertwined any longer as a soul tribe. Meaning, after you have accomplished all of your karmas, as they say, you the goal is to become one mind. And of course, we as human, we lose track. We lose, yeah, we lose our focus from becoming joining making unity with the one mind, um, for any reason. Uh, all the above, all the above. Um, well, they accomplished it, so that's something to celebrate. And thus are experiencing the higher echelon spiritual energy. They were afraid to enter into society because of what it may cause them to look like. They wanted to be, humble, sweet couple. And it's like you can be a sweet couple, humble and all that, and do so much work. And I had to explain it that this is a this is a culture actually that they're part of, and they're doing it to actually are even volunteering. And that's what Spirit wanted them to do. They still don't want to go all the way. They're like, sorry, we don't want to be like that. We don't want to be like with what word, Sheila? It's like when you're elitist. We don't want to. Well, I don't want to be an elitist. Anyway, so the spirit world brought them brought their enemies to heal in the most societal British way. Boy, we cannot wait to meet the other side. They these people who cheated them for property and money had the audacity to try to continue the lifestyle that they once were afforded through my client, because my clients, they have a heart, and they were getting shuffled about, as we would say, clowning, like you're in the wrong seat, get up. Being ushered right in front of them. And of course, you know, out of the embarrassment, the husband of the two, Mitch, reaches out and like kind of like more like a, like y'all know what it looked like. So this would have been Rebecca. This would have been her husband, Mitch, or this would have been Barbie. This would have been Ken, and then Mitch. So Mitch is right here. She's like, Tammy's like, I don't, Tammy, because Tammy, did all the business. He went along with it. So Mitch, instead of Mitch saying like this or like, hey, it's more like, you're like, ew. Yeah. So I got ushered. Well, back in the day, that's where the rich people sat anyway. But what I'm told is those aren't the most expensive seats. That's where my clients are. The most expensive seats. And this had been going on since we met. So over 2 years, something like that. At least over a year. And we had done a lot of healing. When I first met her, she was in the position of a wife, but she hadn't yet been crowned. And she had to earn her crown. That the wife has the power to speak to the subconsciousness of her own husband. So as she had, once upon a time, friends with Mitch and Tammy, and then I began to say, you both you're in a repetitive cycle, and it's all centered around this property. No matter where they are, they always find their way back to this property. And then I began to talk about it, and and they said, yeah, it's like they are drawn to it. Like, you know, they come there, and the next thing they know, they're taking care of it. Then there's contracts, and they're supposed to be like contracted into like a share, and um, and that's where it got messy because everything was verbal. Mm, just came out when Mitch and Tammy is like, yeah, we're gonna give this to our children. We're gonna leave it to our children. Okay. Then what I'm supposed to have? The garden? Mm. And my client, she's like, no, 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 no. We have to start doing something. I mean, to be honest, when we first met, I was so worried. I was like, do you really want to work with me? I was like questioning her. You really want me on the case? I was like, you don't have to. She was relentless. She's like, it's you. I'm like, okay, you're the barrister. She's a lawyer. She she and him, he and her. I'm like, okay. Oh gosh, with big hearts too, big humanitarian heart. Mm-hmm. Lovely, beautiful couple. So we said we got to get these two married, like like in the real way, like in spirit and psychic. I mean, they went from there was even points where they were discussing like a split. They were discussing kind of like um, like documents, like well, if anything happens, you'll be paid this sum. Kind of what do you call those things? Um, Prenup. It was close. It was a close call. Anyway, we got them matched up again over time. But a very important trip came up, and I said, if you both take this trip, I mean, it was a crazy trip too. I said, you both will actually elevate and become twin flames. I saw them elevating. It's like I'm seeing it in real life, and they're like, Are you sure? Or like you're watching something on right in front of you, and someone is still saying, "Are you like this? What you say?" Like, but they're far away, and you're like, "Are you sure?" And you're like, "Yeah, yeah." You're like, "Get here, get over here, get here and see yourself." Well, anyway, they took the trip, and they have not they've been inseparable since. Uh huh. Saved their entire family because the children were trying to split them up. So we want our money now, thank you. This is a young couple I'm talking to. I'm like, these adult kids, they just now get married. What do they think you two are? Like an old used wash rag? You know, I didn't say that, but I'm like, these two people are, do they realize how young that you two are? You have like years. They thinking that like they on their way to the nurse. They talk to them like they're on their way to a nursing home. Like it don't matter where mom and dad sleep. You know what? No, go out there and pave a way, make your mark in life. You don't need this right now or to do that. No, go and help them to be a much better person. By the way, he did it. But what would happen is that universe put karma on them where it's like either you start being good, being kind, and don't stop. They knew they say, wait a minute, when I attack the marriage, oh, they don't these business meetings. How did they started noticing respect the marriage, business meetings go well. Disrespect the marriages, business meetings don't go so well. The young man will be disrespectful to my client. You're like, I don't want that. I do not want to get into any verbal. He won't even show up or come around if that's where it's gonna look like. Because we had conversations like he didn't even show up. He didn't even, like he knows. He know better. Mm-hmm. Kind of like my other one. My client, they wanted to have a baby. The adult son out of the house was like, don't have a baby. What are you trying to have a baby for? Um, you know, uh, they moved into a bigger house, the dream house, and had that baby. And then I read over all of that. And the dad told the son, it's time to grow up. It's time to, look, you have a you have a sibling, and you have to look after her, him. Family, you make sacrifices for. Now, going out there and be blessed. Go into the world, be blessed. Raise your sibling with my wife in my new house. That's it. Mm. Okay, I'm back. Good. So that's what's been going on. hmm The good thing is, I think, you know, so I think that these, obviously, these kids that are growing in up in the, of course, excuse me, privilege, they have their life, they're, they're going to be good people, most importantly. They're going to be good people, you know, recipients of inheritance, good people. hmm I mean, so that's, I have wise family, wise parents, mom, wise parents. Well, wise great grandparents too, I bet. But they're like great great parents as well. Oh yeah, now I remember what I was talking about in my last conversation. So I was saying like where my okay. So okay. So my parents and my grandparents were, they would not have discussed like they didn't discuss my, it would be my great grand uh, mom like, and they did not say, oh, root worker, who, like they didn't, they kept those words so far away, like they did, like those were, they didn't even want to talk about it, like they were like ask like, I don't know, we don't like, I don't know, like they like, I don't even know what it is, like I think something, I think well, it could have been traumatic, like traumatic, personal family matters, and that offset them from wanting to go that route. I don't like, okay, so both generations would actually ask me to do things, pray, things like, oh, whatever. And also friends to the family would do the same when they encounter me. But what I'm told, what of her abilities definitely sounds like the root worker. I mean, right down to the voodoo, where like with the root worker, where they say they write your name in the Bible. That's that, they like write your name in the Bible. Of course, everybody around in all vicinity knew of her. They would show up at the doorstep. She would know exactly where they come from. I have that ability, and I do. Well, I don't like to write people's name in the Bible. I have done it, but I don't really like to do that. I did it much later, like people who I grew up with, and we ran into each other, and they told me everything you told me, it came to pass. I've got the daughter and everything, the job that you told me I'd get, the school that I went to, the subway a counselor, all the way down to the T. Like it's like universe gave them the next 20 years of their life, or 25 years of their life. That's beautiful, because this would have been done performed at ages of 16, like 16, 8 through 18. Imagine like what was discussed in the reading, like they held on to that like it was a blueprint, like it was important, like it was instructions, and they went out and they did it. It came back and met me and said, I did it. Everything you said came to pass. Beautiful. Because we were all growing up and our lives could have went in any direction. Actually it was welcoming us to go in any direction. So, and yeah. And so, in a lot of ways, even without, I would say, maybe, well, I can't actually say there was no leadership, but because I was literally working with the public under an organization of these, the ones who run it are or professors of university, they're councilmen and women. I mean, they have their lives and actually have their family, like they're okay, blah blah blah. So can't say there's no leadership, but there was a time where out of after all, okay, all the training happens, then there's a time where we're like, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? And you're like, hope you make the wisest decision. I think, okay, I've given you everything I know. Hope you do with it good things, beneficial things. So there was that moment, and so I appear with my tarot cards, and then we all made our decision. Of course, my decision was become a psychic. So to add to all the things that they said they would do, I added mine as well. Did I have become. I am a professional phone psychic. That's what I wanted to do. At the time, I could only imagine. Now, I could imagine like it was already big enough to tell people I was already reading, that I was reading for people from other counties, from other cities, and some out of the state. But to think out of the country, across the world, I would not have. Well, I mean, I figured, but that would have been so big because I hadn't even become a phone psychic yet. So I was still trying to uncover that. And that was like a big mystery because I was not an adult yet. And so, it was like what's an application? Like where do I find it? It's like, oh yeah, you just go to they make up a website. It's like, because I didn't know nothing about the World Wide Web at that time. Yeah, you got to go online. Online. Yeah, online on the computer. On the computer. World Wide Web. Oh boy. It's like, I got to go to school. Got to go to college. I got to learn all this stuff. I was like, okay. I feel like there's so much to learn. I was already juggling. It's like, well, let me deal with what I've got in front of me first. Let me get through this get through the high school part. So, hmm and then the moment, I mean, on the day that I learned how to surf the World Wide Web, I went straight to the webs. I think I even maybe checked it out either at the library or in the class or actually in the session. They said, you can now look up something on your own. I think I did it like I snuck and did it very quickly. I said, oh, there it is. And I quickly entered something else because they wanted us to try something to surf. They said, okay, well, what you do is type in an address. You got to put www dot. And so I put www dot, and it was called, what was it? Psychic Friends psychicfriends.com. I sure did. And I saw a little angel look because they said a little cursor becomes like an angel. It's like, there it is. And it's like it's bright and you got to print it out. And it's like, okay, now I have to learn how to print things out. And then, they teach you all the other stuff. Um, so then I went to the library and I said, okay, I know how to do it. And that's got to, so I had to go through this whole ordeal of learning. And so I didn't join that one though. I joined a different one. I joined Circle of Stars. I said, well, it's close enough. I said, well, there seems to be many to choose from. I said, to choose the right one. Um, and then that one was okay. So I met there was a gentleman by the name of David. I met him, and he said you've got to come to California because everything you're trying to learn right now is here in California. And he was right, actually. He was right. That's where I landed my first major contract. Um, at the time, a praise. Today, nay. It's like, well, maybe a learning experience. Like, you needed to learn. You needed to have that experience. So that was with California Psychics. Anyway, sometimes I felt like I was so far ahead and I didn't know how to because certain things hadn't arrived yet, like monetization things hadn't arrived yet. That was still in process. So there's just a lot of like ways in which. So if this was then, this would have been perfect. It's like I'm always ahead, or you're not, or everyone's not doing it right now. It's something about that all the time. So, well, now it's available. So no excuses now. Now it's available. I mean, I was monetized because I would like that's what I would use like the PayPal features. I built a website and the SEO, and of course I would use the S I because I learned in college. You can use the SEO word search optimization, and I knew how to make my website like 100% percentile, like 90, at least 94, like in the 90, high 90 to 100% percentile optimized, where it have all of the best searches on Google, right, to billions of people all over the world. And so people would find me through there, even clients that I were working with through on like through the professional sites. And so I'd have I did that a few different times, like this studying like how to develop a website. Then I said, but then I felt like it's just for educational purposes because I felt that it was going to change, and that actually people would go to a website, but they would go to my like a social site, and then it became well, why go from social site where all the activity is to a website? As people that just stumble across maybe very specific people looking for a very specific thing. For me, it would be psychic work, psychic services. My phone was always ringing with people from all over asking questions about metaphysics, spirituality, things like that, booking appointment. Um, but my thought was, if if they offered or made a way, because first it started with a link. Like you didn't think of that. I mean, like okay, first of all, if you're on a site and you have all these people that are visiting you, right, and you have a website, you're thinking, hey, I can tell you my website where you to go, where you can book. So naturally, I was thinking, well, if the website had all the things that, I mean, excuse me, yeah, if a social site had all the things that a website has, I would stay right here on the website. So that's what made me think about that. Like, there's a way where people could just pay for the service. Say, hey, I do this, this, and this. Or you just click the button here. Well, now it has something kind of like it. You can create it and match it to your brand in any way you like. So mine would be okay for members. Now you're receiving readings or having sessions or having conversations with me that are meant for you as a member because you're actually in paying in membership. So they have that like it's like subscriptions. So yeah, and also the video because you place video also on the website, but here you're doing it in a social way, and people don't feel like the drag is the process of having to like there's a split second mental evaluation like you'll click and then you have to decide whether or not if you want to be transferred to the external source, which is anyone's website who you do not know. And there's a lot of people who are tricky. So then it gives you a chance. Oh, I never mind. I'll have one later. Oh, well, it's not. I don't need one right now. So yeah, that's a bummer, but it's easier to make a, to where the process I think would be easier, easier for everyone to manage, even myself, because in the website you have to manage everything on the back end because you having to manage like the bookings, you have to manage the emails, so on the servers and all that, and you have to also have a very secure server because people typing in their personal information and the numbers, etc. And you have to have that. You want to protect that for sure. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot in that. But also at that time, I had learned also about how to LLC, and then become a 501c3, which I had started a 501c3, and the bylaws, if you want to say the bylaws, they it permitted where not only was is like my metaphysical, mine was metaphysical science, education, research, and spirituality, according to my degrees from University of Metaphysics, Metaphysical Sciences department, but also it I was allowed to put that this is not for entertainment only purposes. So I could eliminate that. And I was protected legally to, like, this is education. This is, and greater, like, and even more greater, it's also spiritual, it has religious elements as well, but it's meant to be taken serious, not entertainment. Then I can talk about all the other, like the mystical, the psychic, so all of that. So there's a way to do it, where you will feel like, say, you're legitimate, your legitimacy. So I did that, and that was when I was in California, and of course I put that number to use and helped the community, etc. And I was given like a 6 foot cross, and then before I okay, so when I landed my contract, I presented the cross to a small church. I say, spiritually led, psychic said, "You're gonna need this," and the person's like, "I'm not gonna buy it." I was like, "No, this is no, this is for you to give to a proper church," and that's what he did. And then tried to give me money, but I didn't accept it. It's like, no, 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 no. It's not. I wasn't. I was told not to sell it. It's not. It wasn't for sale. So it was beautiful too. It was a big cross, and then it was like, I guess, cut out in the center, and then there's like gold strip running in between. It was 6 foot, bulky too, like half. I think that's like half an inch, half a foot. Excuse me, 6 feet, 6 inches, 6 inches, something like that. Maybe five, and I think six by 6 inches. Heavy. I remember. I think I even have a photo. Like I had to dig it up from Facebook, and I remember carrying that. I carried it just like I carried my cross, my very real cross, 6 foot, uh, 6 inches thick on all sides. Mm. I like, I finally got it to the destination. I said, "Okay, I'm supposed to give this to you. I'm looking for a church." It's like, I got like, "I want that, I want that." He was like looking at it. I was like, "Well, like, I can only give this to a church. You have to be a church." "Yeah, I'm a church. I'm a church. I can't sell it to you, but I can give it to you." It's like, I'm not. He's like, "I'm not gonna buy that." Then I gave it to him. He was like, I was like, "No, no, no, no. I'm not allowed to process that to you." Then I went and I prepared for my journey to sign sign the contracts. So that's the elevation, and all in between there, I got to visit studios in Beverly Hills Boulevard. So I got to go into the studio, to the studios and do some things. I was allowed to like I became what they call like a friend to the studio where I could like literally show up and they would like put me on, and that was fun. And I also brought in guests. So I made a few friends. Also met some celebrities because I interviewed celebrities, kind of like interview slash read celebrities slash read audience. That's how I also had the opportunity to meet very specific celebrities. That's how I found out about the lawsuit against what's his name? You know, I don't even know his name. The guy, the gentleman that who say, you know, he had his own show. They always talk about him too. I can't even think of his name. Do I even care? Well, for the knowledge sake, I have to look it up. 1 second. The Cosby, Bill Cosby. There it is. Bill Cosby. That's how I found out about the Bill Cosby lawsuit because the the person who I was reading was the one that's going to launch this lawsuit. Mm. And there's a lot of story. I'm not going to share that, but there's a lot with that in itself. A lot. Um, she was born from the. She come from the Bronx. She went to school in the Bronx, primarily a black school. She herself is Italian. She's definitely tall. A world's first model, supermodel, world's first supermodel. She's a writer, many other things. At the time I was reading her, I was reading her and her man who's a doctor, a surgeon. Yeah, she definitely got her happy ending. Um, she has big hands. We put our hands together, and it's more like the which we were having a conversation, so that's a symbolism if you catch it. If you don't, it's don't worry about it. So so that's a lot. Oh my gosh. Mm. So yeah, it's pretty good. You know, there's some really nice things. You know, that's happening in the world. So yes, I have my time with you know readings. So I can read people. I can read anyone. Now, of course, I'm displaying that I'm literally reading. You know, people who you know run the world. So I read for them, but I put it on my Twitter. I've also done like my videos, but it isn't like to tell secrets before they're known or something like that. I actually just do it for like spiritual. Like I always view it as a spiritual healing or metaphysical, you know, like mind growing experience, as an opposed to oh yeah, here are some predictions. It just like I always like the vicinity of time that things unfold. I like release things, and the story. If one follows the story thread, it's like I mean, like they could see where there's a very short a span of time. Like if I say it like it's coming out, you know, next few hours or something like that, or within the hour. So it's always around the timing that things are unfolding. But I'm very good at speaking in, I guess, uh, like I said, in the language of the metaphysical symbols. And to my, I don't think people. I mean, even the guys, even the men, unless I tell them straight up in like in plain old down to earth English, they don't know what I'm talking about. So yeah, I encrypt things. and like you don't get it until it's done. Then you're like, yeah. So and people try to follow. I said, okay. So I said, okay, here's the next one. They know that the next one. There's people who are. I'm getting like some really like the in like the science community like uh subscribing to my Twitter. People from like the tech world, the creators, the true like science like minded people. This is gonna be fun. Especially this next one I'm gonna talk about is about Mars. And the way I posted it was like stay tuned, and yeah, people are like subscribe. Yeah. So there's a lot going on. There's things some things are going on in that space, some action. Mm, yeah. So if I can read the celebrity people as I have, if I can demonstrate my abilities in public and they call it decrypt or decrypt my information. I think it's called decrypt. Let me see. Decipher, decrypt. Yes, decrypt. So if I can decrypt so if I can do that in real time, then yes, I certainly can read you. If I can read celebrities, if I can go to Beverly Hills studio and walk right in there and read celebrities and read people, you know. Oh yeah, by the way, that's why we're friends on Twitter. That's how we became friends on Twitter, rather. Um, the celebrities who I work with. If I can do this for the people who run the world, if I can read the president, read prime ministers, and I'm always respectful though, and I don't like put like information like I don't do all that, like put everybody's business on, you know. Oh, they're getting ready to do this. Look, I said it first before they even had a chance to say it. I don't do that. That's that's you. You do that. Like, guys, I got something to tell you. I got something to tell you. I don't do that. Um, I tell like a story. I tell a story, and then you see it happen, but it's so much like a story and a mystery, and it's encrypted until it's decrypted. Then you get it. It's like, oh boy. So now people are like, I'm gonna follow this. See what you say next. So they're interested in what I have to say about Mars, and it's a big one. It's a long one. But while I was like, so I was shuffling about over the past less than 24 hours, and I found even more things that support what I'm talking about. So I mean, definitely, anyone who comes for the argument, it, they become overwhelmed with the information that I have supporting my my psychic assumptions. Yeah, yeah. So like reading, I guess like people that's everyday, like regular people, that's not a problem. Of course, not a problem. I hate making that differentiation between, oh yes, um, because I was trying to pan this out, these people who are living their best lives as normal, and then here I am saying, oh yes, these normal people over here, like normal people, like everyday people, like the next door neighbor, like that's so low key rude. That's not what I meant. I meant like just like people like every day, the going about their lives as they are, what they're not, like the hustle and bustle of just, they just like their lives private. I can read for them. All they are interested in is one a few questions, one a few things. Yeah, I do that. It's not a problem. That's easy for me. Easy, easy, easy. I'm becoming even more comfortable. Like, I know I can read publicly, and I know I can read, at the drop of a pen. Because I do it live. I do it live with clients, and we're having full on conversations. But anyway, that's how my clients have grown. Like they outgrow their soul tribes, like their karma soul connections. Those, what do you call it? Karmic soulmates, yeah, karmic ties. They outgrow those. It's like we don't want to repeat this, and not even in another lifetime. How we guided, we did a lot of spirit work to get them to their highest vibration, and they let me know. It's like, I just don't want to be an elitist, but you know, I enjoy reading for the best of the best, because in my mind I'm like I want to be thought of as like the best of the best in my field. So I always like give people, it's like, this is you becoming the best of the best for you. It's like an impartation. Um, it's my dharma. All right, so there's more to be discussed here, but I think I'm going to close this one out because that was a very strong reading, that I gave. It was live. Of course, I gave some lessons. That's what I love about reading, I guess, like on live. I also made a awesome my executive decision. Like, yes, I'm gonna come in to early, so definitely I'm gonna try to come in again. If not this evening, definitely in the morning. Uh, yeah, they're growing. Everyone is so calm because I read them yesterday, except for this one. I said, I've been waiting for you all. I was like letting them know, like I wasn't ducking. It was like, because I was like doing these long readings, and I would like, okay, well, let's go. So it caught me. I was like, I knew you're busy, and were like, yeah. So yesterday I was so busy, in society, in societal life, busy. So, but likewise, society life happens with people who like to keep those things, private or to themselves. So I am working on, so being that, I'm getting some traction. I am getting traction, so I'm gaining, I guess, uh, time. Something with my the retention or the time is increased a lot significantly, and I think that's a good thing, because when I'm thinking after, well, the 4,000 watch hours mark, but I'm preparing, like I want to perfect, so, I guess, my style, my method, because whenever, or as I'm presenting this to memberships, it's going to be very professional, and like the information is what do you call it? Is like it's well sourced, because the information, by the way, I'm going to talk a lot about like the whole growth of the mind, working with the mind as in psychic mind, unity, all of these kinds of things. Deep metaphysical reflection, metaphysical science, also some methodologies, of course, I have the clients to base it off of to get real data. So I'll know. In fact, that's how I know what the conversations are, because sometimes people will or humanity will speak about things and unrelated to each other, and so that's how I know that, oh, there's a universal subject going on, because people are asking, unrelated people are asking these kinds of questions, or this was very asking for this very specific topic. Also, whenever I, let's say, work with the stars or something, I find information, and based on like people's reactions and what they're talking about, it also pulls that information, um, as you say, data that I can accumulate enough to where we start to build real consciousness in that space, awareness, and then we start working on methods to show people how to take it and run with it. Take whatever it is, use all of their abilities. Um, so that's we're getting to that. To the part where memberships are a part of the channel, are integral. What else was there? There's memberships. Yeah, yeah. I needed to get the channel monetized to the well in every aspect, of course. I think that the first one is 3,000. Um, so far, what I can tell, if people are spending like 20 minutes and plus watching the stream, watching the videos, whatever, uh, that is, to my mind, I think that's going to go very well with the 4,000 watch hours, because then we can. In my mind, I'm thinking, I'm only going to improve and get better and bring interesting information, which I know 1,000% people are going to love this information that I have not talked about, uploaded. It's not for, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not to for this part of you. It's not this part, but like the teaching earlier, we are creatures of habit. So right now, this information, this reading, basically reading the cards is part of the funnel, but it's not the entire experience. And of course, the videos could stay right there, but this information that's unheard of yet, it's important. It's very important. And there's so much more that people can achieve, can have. So I decided to go that long route, because I think it's more enjoyable. It's exciting. It excites me to think, wow, we're gonna talk about with people know how to maybe pull a soul mate, but they don't know how to disconnect from a soul tribe. So we're talking of, and this call today is proof that that happens. That happens. You even come face to face with your soul tribe or people, and the ones that you no longer have a soul connection with, and with intention to break that bond. So then what happens after you've taken that initiative? Because that's not an initiative for the faint of heart. And not everyone wants to do that. And not everyone will do that. Not everyone even will believe that they have the ability to do that. Because as I explained to my client, to do this, it puts you in this mindset where you're no longer relying on what is there's a euphoria, but it's like you don't get to connect with nostalgia. It takes away the, because how are you going to tap into all those feelings when the feelings are associated to experiences that you have not ever known? Like this is a place where you say, "Who can read you?" Because you're not following a pattern. You have broken away from the grid or the from maybe generic the matrices. Matrices is what I would say. Matrix. That's the one that's generic. Matrices. You've broken away from that, so you're no longer um, able to be really read in the context of, ah, yeah, 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 you got this person in your this soul tribe has connected dots, and there you, that's you. Nope, because actually I just cut all that. What happens? Because okay, so on a segment, you can have a line, right? Everybody knows that on the timeline, but then you can have broken, a broken line. Then you can have like something with kind of like a like 2 points, 3 points, 4 points. You can have like a point where the point may start here from B, but it goes from B to C or D. It just goes that way. You can have another point that just goes that way. So everybody says, I can read you going from from A at like AA, and you go all the way. It goes A1 or go A you go A B A C all the way. It's like two dots, but they go in completely different directions on the same on a timeline. You can start right here and say, well, I'm going this way. This can become irrelevant. This can become the line that is, we might say, it could be broken line. It could be solid line. So so when we're thinking of like line on a time on a line, you can there's many ways in which that line can be divided. It can be divided also, the experience on that line could be, and also we didn't even mention that there's other lines that can happen. So when you bring in the whole, when you start like saying, okay, let's draw another line, and let's draw another line through here, but you can have like different going in different directions. You don't have to go one direction. So this is something that usually is very uncommon, especially this conversation would be very difficult, except for like few people. Almost sounds like religious. Uh, the concept of breaking away from your soul tribe or soulmate, um, like around I hate to say it, 2018. That's everybody's scary number. Everybody's like 2017, 2018, dark times. Yes. So here we are in the age of Aquarius, and it's like, okay, I'm open to it. People's like, okay, all right, all right. You have some few people try to fall back into that, like they're trying to get back there, but we mustn't help them. We've got we must only say, let it be, let the past lie where the dust settles. Let's only contemplate, what's ahead. Whatever storms are ahead, we'll face them. The better days will be in living in them. So that's what this one is doing. So anyway, it's not, well, for this matter, this is the one. This is the one who's doing it excellent. But I also have other ones that have actually grown out of soul mated connections. So soul mated connections, they do happen with men as well. So it isn't just women who hang on, but men as well. But they're like, I don't want to go back. Some, even my men, they had to experience it their way. They had to understand it and perceive it themselves. Why they would, once they're out of it, they would never want to go back. Get to the part where you say you're a man deserving of a wife, and then but you couldn't just say that. No, you couldn't just say that. Not when the person, he had to figure that out and answer that riddle himself. He had to say those words. And also, there's someone else, and I knew that wasn't right for him, but you can't go offending people who they love and like, It's not nice. So, but he also says, I don't want that back either. Good. And the one he was saying, no, no, and the one, this one is amazing. He admitted, like, this one is amazing. He's like, but he was like, no, no, not this one. Like, he was so gung ho on the one that was like, guess what? We were telling him, y'all two walk like companions. You two are gonna walk together. She's like, yeah, anything you want. Come on. Like, she said he said anything that he wanted. She would, no, meaning you want, because she wouldn't even allow him to take her to dinner. She would not eat, nothing like that. When they would meet, or she don't want anything, she would not allow him to drive her home. And he's like, yeah, sure, anything you want to do. Like, eat, yep, drive me home, yep, because she don't live too far away. I explained to him why she doesn't live so far away, and he was like, I gotta test it. So he was test, yeah, he was testing me, but he's, like, she's sure, but he, of course, his analogy was, well, I just want to make sure that I can do everything. He knew that the universe, he was going to give him a lot to work with. He has like business ventures, like, in every direction, and only that, more is even coming. Oh, in this vicinity of time, like next week, more is coming, more opportunities. But he said, I just want to make sure, that was everything is to, I had things, that we both could do, and he was like, that's not what you said. He was testing her loyalty and her fealty, which I told him from the very beginning, and because but he's like, I want to see it play out. So I said, okay. So, but he kept asking and asking and asking and asking and asking. And I would just go deeper and deeper and deeper. And exactly the way I explained it, like months ago, that's what played. I say, in fact, this is how it's going to play out. And all you just invite her, just invite her, just invite her to dinner, to dinner, to dinner. It played out exactly like that. Here we are in May. Anyway, she's part of his soul tribe. I call them the dream team. All right, I'm gonna take a. Do I need to take a break? I keep saying that. I keep going to my stories. Well, oh, and then of course I have another one that, like, try to flip some things, and end up getting everything that I said. It was like a royal flush. I said, oh yeah, by the way, every business opportunity is going to come to you like flooding in, like from out of nowhere, and offering you traditional work around the 14th. It happened. And the person was like, yeah, I decided not to do this. I get those. Yeah, they forget I cover everything. And I remember, I was like, remember when you asked this? And I said this? There you go. Like, there's no escaping. You can't escape prophecy. That should be the new one. I love making predictions, time predictions. I love predicting time. Time psychic. Whoops. Mm-hmm. I was trying to get out of here as quick as I could. It's a pleasure. Donald here. Yes, please. Okay. It's a pleasure. Donald here. Hi. Good to speak with you. So, where should we begin? I know you have a lot going on. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm. Sure. I'm a channel. I'm your channel today. Yes, why not? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. Right. Exactly. So whenever when in this question, and as I, as I am looking, okay, so there's okay. I have to let you in on a word. Okay, it's called medical intuitive. So like I'm able to see things. Okay, so I'm seeing things, and what comes up does he is right. It is something that is related to, like as you say, the access, but it feels very much like this is something that it would, like you say, maybe it takes more than one procedure. You might say, well, why didn't he do this at first? But it's like more than one procedure. They say, like, okay, they go in, they do one thing, give you time to come back and heal, right? and get you to adjust, and then say, okay, now next we need to do this, and then because you each part we need a specialist, and 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 literally everything he's saying is I see other than that I first of all I see you healthy, but I know that healthy is subjective. So the health that you're saying, I have a goal with my health. I see that this being the next procedure that you, the one that he's described talking with you about. In other words, I do believe that you're experiencing the symptoms of the excess. Somebody like, what are this feeling? Something's going on. I feel like there's something other than that. But he's saying if this is related to that, and that's like the adjustment. This is this is where you are in terms of what do you call it, the rehabilitation. As you're rehabilitating, then other things come up. Is okay now we got to work on this at this level where I'm at today. That's what he's talking about. I'm looking and I see even they even show your heart. He says to you, everything is it's like it's normal. Like I don't see destruction. I see this procedure that must at a place that it must be done now. It must be done. And then I see you, as you say, now we can rebuild, you know, rehabilitation, care for self, things like that. You know, wellness. I see wellness and lots of recuperating. They're even showing, as you said, well, somebody can open it up and more like they're talking about the gut. Like they do show me the gut. That's this is access. These worries and concerns. It's like particularly they keep saying that my gut though the gut. There's something going on there. It's all streaming from this. It's like you you rather than saying okay all at once. That's like traumatic. That's very traumatic experience. So they're like pacing you, but they're also talking with you about it. It's like I feel like they're holding my hand, like they're holding my hand throughout all of this. Now, if you were to say straight up, is there what is going on? Are we missing anything? As psychically, I know that I should be minding my own business at this point, but I see health around you. I see healthy energy. Other than you want this access off, that you know you want them to do away with the access, which is by the way that is what's giving the gut problem. That's connected to the gut. I should say it like that. Excuse me. It's connected to the gut, as they would say. Hmm. Oh, you said when? Right. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. Right. June. Yeah. Well, you want to be safe and you want to find the right person. And I can also read what we call psychic profiling. So if you trying to choose a the right specialist, if you just want to like give their initials or their some, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, indeed, I believe he will. The one that's talking to you about the you know like you said the one that's for the back. I believe that's he like as you said can recommend someone else, but I do get the sense like you said this next person without a shadow of a doubt you know is who's going to do the with the gut. That person is a specialist. That's someone who is an absolute. So you do have another person from the I guess external outside who is a specialist coming in. Okay, you just need to know which specialist. Okay, well, first of all, I gotta meet them and know them and trust them. Will you trust your specialist? I believe so. I believe so. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Right. Who's the which one of the two is the way? Okay, this what I'm seeing, and then you can tell me. Okay, so the one that's working with the back specialist, the recommendation is coming in specifically through him because that's the one that bridges you to the expert, the specialist for the stomach. Okay, there you go. Okay, yes, right, good, good. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, right, exactly. There you have it. You nailed it. That's what you just explained to me what they were walking me through. Got you. That makes sense. Okay, right, good. You said no to him. Okay, yeah, you asked about timing. We had to fill in everything. The June month is the time frame. Still, you're still on the same timeline as we always felt that it would you would be resting by end of June. Like you would have gone through, the extended surgeries, and wrapping it up. Well, I guess completion in the June month, next month actually, and then recuperating by end of June. You'd be in your recuperation maybe into July. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right. That's absolutely correct. June, yes. We still see that. Mm, okay. Right. Okay. Good. Right. They showed that. They showed the heart element, and they said that it's associated with part of the recovering and everything you're going through. That's why they could. That's why there's no way. They know the professionals. They know respect to them. They know that they cannot do all of these things that they would like to do in a short span of time. That they need to do these things in stages, give you time to recover because problems like the heart, like let's say the chest infection, and you're like, it's not my heart. Oh, by the way, I don't. That's the thing. I felt that whenever when I psychically look, I don't get negativity or bad energy with this one. Like in other words, I don't think they're gonna find anything that you're gonna say that need to be addressed. However, they're gonna look anyway. Thank goodness, right? They're smart. However, I did feel that your current situation is putting it seems like be putting you under certain stresses, physical stresses that's allowing these kinds of energies to happen, to take place. Like affect maybe like a affection to get over chest wise. And then of course, maybe the stress of everything, it makes us a little bit tense and like you said, in the chest area, and you're like, oh my gosh, my heart. But it's all these kinds of things. But the one thing that they showed me though, they definitely showed me the the gut being resolved, and then everything else, like as you say, starting to balance out. Like these good doctors, they are monitoring, especially the one that's for the back is monitoring your progress. They're monitoring you. If you well, you know this, right? You can tell they're monitoring you, and they're like, nope, we can't do this quite yet. Like, and they're giving me that kind of vibration, and that's why. Mm. Mhm. Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. You actually will be. You will actually be accepted. Like you said, they're monitoring. They're monitoring you, like you described, where we led into this conversation. Like they're monitoring these levels. You know, like blood level. They're monitoring you, and he's taking this particular cardiologist. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely correct because you okay, so you're at this. Okay, so in your process of having done some surgery, now as you said, been open up and all that, and now it's like you're adjusting and your body's trying to like, okay, so what is this? What is this? And it's trying to say, okay, so we want to do with this nutrient, but there's more work still yet being done. They need to be preparing you to do. Right, okay, everything so that he is absolutely on it. He's definitely trustworthy. I feel good. He's talking everything that spirit is talking about psychically, but he's a medical professional, and he's gonna get you, like you said, get you approved, and definitely 1,000%. I definitely see you having the gut situation resolved. They're gonna definitely take care of that. It feels like that. See, that's what he's thinking. He's thinking more like in practical terms. My reading suggests that the gut does need to be resolved because you're still doing a lot of elimination. This is about elimination. It's like the body is like, I don't know what to like how to eliminate or what to eliminate. And it's like, well, first of all, you're having work done. You're having things eliminated right through the procedures. That's what the procedures are for. So it's like it's helping. Like there's a lot of like you said, there's a lot of helpful, beneficial things to you continuing this journey. Like now that you've started it, like well, I started the journey, I got to get it complete. That's why I keep saying the gut first, maybe even before the other one. Okay, okay. Sort of like I feel it. Yes, because it's all related, but it's stemming from this situation. It seems to be stemming from this. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, exactly. Okay, right. Psychically, I get the psychically I can feel that they are. I feel like these are like the best. Like you are aligned with the best of the best, and they are doing everything correctly. Is what I can pick up on. And like you said, you're doing this for health reasons as well. Yeah, you're gonna look great, but that's a part of you're gonna also feel. You're gonna say I feel healthy, and of course you're gonna look healthy, of course, but that's why you're doing it for, and that's it. And you succeed in that, and you will succeed. You will succeed in this. Because again, remember, the body is saying all this that we need to eject out of the system or use it, apply it, and use it for energy, whatever, store it up. What are we using it for? And you're like, oh, don't worry, I've got you. We're gonna help you out. We're gonna eliminate. We're gonna do the work, the procedure for the gut. That's going to take all that the so the work that the when I say the heart, everything else has to do in order to process this, things that it's not going to need to do. It's just trying to recognize what it should be doing. That you're being guided through this process through the professionals, and they're doing an excellent position. You have an excellent position, and you know not to go back to the other one. You're saying, "Hey, I need a new one, a new gut doctor." That's right. Okay, time. Oh gosh, let's see what this one. Okay, all right, got you. Ah, okay. I still see by at least by end of like this summer, like within the summer vibration, like July, August, latest to the September, like before October. But we're like July, August. Mm-hmm. About that time frame. Right. I saw that October. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, that'd be before November. mm. Uh-huh. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Mm. Okay. Right. Right. Exactly. I get the sense that they will. They absolutely will, because they won't let you be without a vehicle. You know, especially when you as you're making a big when you make it a deal out of it. When you make it when you're openly saying I want this. They're for you. They're for you having that vehicle. Okay. Good. Before, but you can have it before, like just in time for you to come back from the holiday and enjoy your car. But I have a feeling you're gonna have it before. Of course. Yes. And I sure do remember you. As always. Okay. All right, love. Oh. Medical intuition. Sharp. Everything she was concerned with comes through. Easy peasy. Right in public. No pressure sweat. No sweat. Easy. Everything that I talked about, everything I brought up, she has actual medical doctors, from the cardiology, all of it, the gut, stomach, everything I mentioned. You know, so what they're thinking about, what they're telling her, which is it's the same process I use for like when I have clients who ask, "What's up? Like, what's going on with them? Like, not having a baby, with their partner." Sometimes it's not even the woman. Sometimes it's the male. Sometimes it's absolutely the man. It's like, oh, we need to take a look at both, see what's going on. Sometimes it's not even a physical thing, because also it's not just like the women like preparing their minds for this, but also the men. Sometimes men have to like mentally like be in agreement and kind of like put it in a foreknowledge that they're trying to have a child as well. It's like, oh, so he's working on having a baby. Oh, okay. Then he's like, oh, working on having a baby. Okay. Then it happens. It's like, oh, it happened, by the way. Like a few weeks later, it's like, oh, by the way, guess what? Like, that's all it took was a conversation. So I've witnessed that. So it's where the men they have to, some men, you have to prepare their minds and to get them involved, get them invested to do it. So that's happened. So it's not always like the ladies like trying to unravel a puzzle. Sometimes the puzzle piece is the male, is the guy. I don't know what it is. She always thinks that I forgot about her. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to forget about you. But of course, I'm always respectful. Just because I'm a medical intuitive does not make me the medical doctor. It doesn't make me the physician. So I always make that very clear. And I always try to speak to something that they can understand and relate to. So yeah, very like specific. You know, like this is what I see, and this is what you should ask. Yeah, believe it or not. So now she knows what a medical intuitive is. Whenever I do this, it does sort of look like I'm looking at an X-ray. It does kind of look like that. And sometimes it's like a computer, and it'll switch, and then it'll like broaden, and like it'll show things, or it'll broaden and show like what's going on inside. Like this time, I literally saw like she being open and like guts, and then but the the X-ray just looked like like excess. She said fat, like excess fat, and then it showed um, the heart, like worry questions about the heart, which I talked about, and not what she was thinking, but she's been like concerned with in her on her mind. That's why it all came out, and of course she's yeah it was like that's what she's talking about the different things, and so she didn't understand. Like she wants it like now, but they're like I bet they're having to explain to her like, no, we can't put you under that kind of, you be, they think we're torturing you. We're not going to torture you. We've done this enough. We've got well documented ways in which to do this, where you could, it's peace. It's as peaceful as it can get. So and she wasn't talking about pain or anything. She's like just wants it done, and to feel better. But at the same time, her body is like, what are you doing? You're like, come on, like you gotta like what kind of like tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you're doing as you're doing it. So that's why I was relaying information to calm her down and like to trust her instincts, yes, but also trust the process. It's a process she has to undergo. So okay, what other gifts I've got? I have so many. There's no way I can. Oh, I do this. Is this? I just wait till I guess it's time to show, and then of course there's maybe a name for it, and now you know. Yeah, there's such thing as medical intuitives, and that's how we work. So in my mind, it's like okay, so he's like, oh, psychic, I'm 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 psychic. Like I don't think well, shouldn't he talk about medical intuitives? Like, and then like I'll do it, I'll perform it, but I don't think like, oh yeah, let's talk about medical intuitives. I say, oh yeah, today, psychic stuff. It's like, so what do you do? Like, where do we start? I mean, psychic is generic word, and it's like, wait a minute, a medical intuitive, you do like, so that means you can see what's going on with a person. Hence, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm psychic. Not realizing that when people think psychic, they're like, oh yeah, yeah, you're gonna do the tarot cards, you're gonna do the crystal ball. It's like, well, there's many psychic attributes. Like there's psychic that covers it generally, but then there are these other like parts depending on what the question is. So just because I say psychic doesn't mean I can't have a conversation about remote viewing, scry, um, psychic profiling. So I just call it psychic because it's quick, and I'm thinking, well, then what your questions are, and you'll know that that would be in the jurisdiction. Well, that would apply to a psychic, and it's a matter of finding whomever the psychic is going to who's going to do the reading. To apply the tool, you have to apply whichever tool that best fits the question. The We psychic profiled. There's like this. Okay, so sometimes people will say, okay, I have three choices between companies, but you can also say two choices between houses to buy, or three or four choices of contracts to sign, or I've got some choices of which university to attend, but you can also, obviously, six partners, potential love interests for the summer. But there's also which lawyer I should choose, which doctor I should choose, etc. Which investor I should, which seems more promising. Which country, if I can choose one, I can only choose one. My intentions of choosing which one is the one I reap the best rewards or the most reward. So yeah, these readings can, I mean, I guess the descriptions of for being a psychic can become as complex as the questions. The conversations are, yes, the conversations are sophisticated, very much complex. And of course, I knew it. So I was sitting here, I was saying, you all like have me playing, like dressing you all up, choosing what car you should buy. The car question come up in this one. So yeah, by the way, I'm at the point where I'm psychic to say, okay, what type of psychic reading am I going to have next? I feel like I'll talk or think about the person before they call, and I know what questions they're going to ask, like what's happened or with them. Just like with people who interact with me regularly, I know, and they just listen. Like, yep. In fact, they don't even talk anymore until I do it, so I have to do it. It's right. Yes, I'm obligated to start off our conversations already knowing what's already happened with them. People who I read regularly. Um, In your community, they say prophesy, prophesy. In my community, they say, well, psychic, predict. We didn't just meet, you know. And so she was like, okay, so I'm getting this car. So what do you think? What do you see? When? I was like, ideal for the summer, but however, you knew there was like, what's so far out? Because the exact date she put was like August, September. That's why. But she could do it earlier, like June, July, August. She wanted to. Welcome. It's a pleasure. Well, so welcome. You're here for a reading, aren't you? Or you have someone who I'm going to read? Okay. I bet they're going to be happy. Fantastic. Well, I'm here for a while. It's okay. Okay. Welcome. It's a pleasure. Welcome. Oh, always a pleasure answering your questions today. Okay. 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 Right. Okay. 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 Right. Okay. This week. Okay. Right. So what I can see in this like going okay, so at the moment, as you're entering into this particular week, this is a very important time, throughout this like once we get through across well to this well, we're at the top of the week now. Actually, we're in this week. So this particular, I would say over the next 5 days, things should be coming together, because not only are the contracts supposed to be aligned, but you're supposed to like have tangible contract, like tangible, like knowledge that you're going forward, that you're like okay on your way to the Americas, then they're from then to go to Qatar, everywhere where you're meant to go with the family. You're supposed to know this by end of this month, May, the end of this month. You supposed, in other words, the remainder, whatever's left, week, and so forth. This is actually you, like without doubt, knowing that you're now going. You're absolutely going. It's smooth. You're ready for this new journey. It's exciting. You're excited. Well, you're excited because finally things are taking off. You're manifesting. As you say, it's moved into fruition, and yes, and you're happy because you've gotten the approvals that you needed, and right now. By the way, whenever I'm looking at looking at the member of the royal family, she's saying she's looking and she's saying, "Are you ready?" She's asking you, "Are you ready? Are you ready? Like you're coming with us, aren't you? You're coming, right? Of course you are." So it's like this person, the family, I mean, is still in your aura. Like they are here. They're present with you and they are solid. Like when people are present in a reading, it means that they're in your path, like physically, they are, you're accessible to them, and as they are with you, of course, which is supporting this contract, this first contract that you're speaking of this week to manifest. Yes, absolutely. You needed to have the ability to go into this new space with the family, and you needed to know that this is something that they are really wanting for themselves, and that they want for, like, because you're going to bring some, like, a great deal of light. You're going to bring your wisdom, your skills to them, to join them, and you're ready for this change. You're ready. So you're saying that you are going to, of course, agree to go. You're going to agree to go, and so they're expecting to hear that from you. They're expecting to see you, and so these are the things that are needing to take place, um, in this short span of time, rather than, like, it's just not, it's, well, okay, so according to the timing on this, it's not meant to cross over into the June month, beyond the June month. Like, you're meant to already, uh, you're meant to already have moved into this space, because there's other things that's going to happen in June. There's other predictions to make. So these are things. It's like, predict the way that predictions work. Some one things will happen, and then the page will turn, and then on to the next. Okay, what happened? Okay, okay, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, right. Okay. Hmm. May I ask you a question? I don't ask questions, but this is like, out of wellness. Did somebody tell you that you had something on you? Nobody told you that? Nobody directly told you that. Okay, who suggested? Did anybody suggest it? Anything like that? Oh, got you. Okay, I didn't need to ask, but I wanted to hear from you because this is a wellness question. Because the reason why, okay, so first of all, people who I read for are protected. I don't talk about it, but I do work for you, and you don't have to pay for it or anything. I just do it because that's what I do. This is this is what I'm here for. It's my life path. So that means whenever I read for you, I'm protecting your vision. I'm protecting asking your angels. I mean, to protect your future. I'm asking them to surround you with their light. I'm asking that you are, your mind is balanced, and you're wise, and you're making wise decisions, and that you are treated fairly, and that you're compensated for what you're worth. So I do all these things. So what I want to guarantee you today is I'm going to be sending you energy as well. And, not that's naturally what I do. I mean, in fact, I'm doing it already. I'm sending you energy, but I'm also making sure you understand that I'm actually sending you energy even when we're not speaking, that you are protected, and that, that means if there's some eye stuff going on, don't worry. it'll come to me. It'll get send it to me. It's like send it this way. I want it. Send it to me. Send it to me. And no, nothing is going to interfere with this journey that the spirit world stated that is meant for you, and what is what it's saying. No, you're going to bring so much light into your life that you're going to have so much light to share and give. You're gonna have so much love to you're gonna receive and be received in so much love. You're gonna have excess love to give to others, to share with another person in you. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, we clear all that energy. When we talk about, oh, this past energy, you can let it go. That's what, in short, that's what I'm talking about as well. We're even protected, like no energy from the past is going to be creeping up. Nothing like that. In fact, I even have the story about that. As you crossed over into 2025 this year, the people who are not who are naughty, who are like maybe dark soul, they Jupiter gave they have to look after themselves basically. They have so much going on in their own lives. They're like, I don't have time to make ruckus in your life. My life, I gotta hold up the things that's falling apart in my own life. I better get out of your way. That's what Jupiter's done for us. That's right. And so this path, when we said there's a very straightforward path of light, and on the other side of that vibration, that's where this beautiful family, and you both are walking towards each other to join each other as a soul tribe, as a soul group, soul family. And this is, and you both, all, everybody, you're the same light, the same spirit. Their spirit is a regal spirit. Your spirit is a regal spirit. And you both are connected and be able to join each other in a beautiful, just circle of, like, it's almost feel like a matrimony, but it's a spiritual bond, and it's going to bring so much joy into your life going forward. And the group that's dark and misbehaves, they're not coming back from this. They're not. They have to hold up. It's either hold up their world or let their world fall apart to focus so much and become obsessed in yours, and it's not going to happen. It's just not. We already predicted that. Well, Jupiter aligned them to chase after whatever they're meant to chase after, till they grow and evolve. But you get a clean, clear chance, opportunity, a shot that is not denied you this time. Now, another timeline, a lot of us, we think, oh gosh, what could have happened, like in 2018? Oh, that is what's going to happen now. And that's why I was shown this, just to let people know that it's not going to happen this time. Yes, it happened in the past like that, but it won't happen this time because we're in a new age now. Mm, sure. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Indeed. It's okay to watch it. It's okay. I'm not bagging on them. I just think that this one is not right. This one is definitely not right. Mm. No, psychically, actually, I want to talk to you about that one now. That would actually you having a breakthrough, and you were having, because sometimes things are so powerful. It should have a physical. Okay, every time we experience something powerful, right? Something that's profound, psychic related, spiritual related, shouldn't it be so powerful that like it touches us even physically? Like we should like we're looking for the physical traits of how do I know when I'm in the spiritual path, in the spiritual way? This was you awakening into a new. Sometimes we when the powerful the reason why they say, well, why does the universe just make people just boost up like that's because it's like breaking through a ceiling, and well, you experienced it, that feeling like the feeling of passing out and being up, like being thrust into the atmosphere. It's like whoa, and dizziness. That's because you're breaking. You have That's the feeling of transcendence. You have transcended your old parallel universe. You're in a new universe, a new energy. Mm. Mhm. No, no. That is that is that is saying no. Whenever I speak, there's I speak in the form of what I was taught through my training in University of Metaphysical Sciences. I speak a very you can tell that I guard my words, which words to say. That's because we're creating affirmations along with your psychic prediction. These are protected. This is protected energy. Exactly. And by the way, I was actually here the whole week, and I was already thinking of you throughout the entire week. I was sending you energy anyway. Yeah, yes, I was already sending you energy. I mean, like I said, I do this, and you don't have to tell me to. I just do it. It's not an extra. Oh well, for this I'll clean you up. No, I'm already doing that because I want you to have the fullness of these contracts you're getting, and everything that we talked about. You bringing joy into your life and being where you want to be, giving these beautiful opportunities. I want those things to come true. Okay, right, good. That's where we want you. We want you right there. I don't need a reading. I know exactly what's happening to you. You know why you know exactly what's happening to you? Because you're living it. We might can talk about it, but you can live it. And when people start telling you about Aquarius this and you got this on you, you're like, that's not my experience. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm. You don't need to ask anyone, no worries. Because what's meant for you in the future, it becomes into fruition. It manifests for you. Protection. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. And those are exactly the words. I said the words was she's a big sweetheart. She's a big heart. I've been calling you big heart all week. And she says such a big heart. I was like, take care of her. Take care. She has such a big heart. Mhm. Okay. Okay. But people elevate. People rehabilitate. People grow. People transcend. You transcend. Even our bad parts, even our demons can go to heaven. I mean, no, I mean, the good life is not shut out for us. We go through things, but we can elevate. If a demon can elevate, we can elevate. Or a demon, something darker. dark experiences, spirituals can make it across with greater wisdom and understanding. So can we can ascend and become aware as well, self-aware. We certainly can. That's right. Absolutely. We're not afraid of that. We just know the thing is we just know what we're doing. That's the difference. We just know what we're doing. We know that you're going anyway. You're going to the USA anyway. You're going to Qatar anyway, and you're going to enjoy it anyway. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yes. Yes. You made that discernment. Okay. Well, I was here and I was anticipating if you did. I was actually logging on periodically throughout the entire week. Yeah, just in case. And but anyway, you called me when you were ready to, and that's good. And I'm so happy that these things are beginning to reveal themselves to you. Yes. Exactly. That's what we do. We elevate your conscious, your mind, and like you said, there's other things you'll talk about as if you choose to, if you choose to. And the experience you gain from this is a spiritual enlightenment. As you become aware and you're receiving Dharma, you are able to now take on these tools as your own, and you become the practitioner who's putting to practice all the things that are part of life, your life tools. And you're going to do it with skill and you'll do it with love and joy. Mm-hmm. Mm, yes, you're strengthened. Okay, okay, yes. How? You're amazing. Let's start there. You're excellent. You're a fabulous choice. You have grown. You have grown so much. You've transcended, have gone, reached great heights. You're adored, you're loved, you're appreciated. These are the things that remember you needed to be told these things by people who who work with you, and now they're telling you, and you're like, "What? Me?" And it's like, "Yes, you. We're talking to you." Okay. Mhm. Okay. Mhm. 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 Right. Okay. Right. Right. It should feel extraordinary. You're having a very extraordinary life. It like you're describing it. It's extra. It's extra something different from everyone else, and and people just say, how did you, well, how come you, why not you? And it found you, it needed to find you. It was looking for you. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Ah. Mm, mm, right. Well, this is the real normal life. What you're experiencing is the true life. That this is real. This is the real life. The other things are what you would put up with. It's the false self. It is the place where you would say, yes, we could live out false insecurities, whether if it's our own or others. But that's not real, and that's not you. They may see you as one version of you. They've only known the version that they were presented. And that's why it's like you said, so like how could this be you? This is the parts of you that have been denied. People telling you like who you really are today to them. And they tell you in so many ways, but they can give it a cap. But now this one is the point of this kind of practitioner work is limitless, no limits. You're reacting to the idea that you have no more cap, no more limit. What? That is crazy talk. Everything has a limit until until you find out that, well, this is your limit. Now what do you have to say to that? It's like, wait a minute, that's still too big. That's big and it's amazing. It's like, y'all, I'll take it. It's just like you just surrender. Surrender. Okay, and these other individuals, you're right, they are witnessing something, as you would say, spiritual, something spiritual, something is happening, and it is bizarre to them. They're like, what is that? How did this? Like you're asking, how did this happen, and what does it look like? What does it feel like? They're asking you. It's true. It's true. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're wishing, like they're like, oh, like why does it have to be you? It doesn't mean that there any ill will or energy you might pick up from them, but it's what like this is a pretty amazing feat, so like a nice big accomplishment forever and forever, that you will have. Mm, okay. Mm, right. Yes. Mm. And they did, and to add to that, they said around at this about the same time that you're leaving, the contract is fulfilling. So like they're matching up this week. This both of them are this week. Yes, yes. It's it's going. It's on the stream of your consciousness, of your thoughts, and it's streaming right directly to you. It's gravitating right to your hands, right to you, right directly to you. Okay, I understand. Okay. Yes. Right. Yes. Yeah. Everything is moving forward, which means yours is not too far out. Like they said, so this week, they said by June, this month, by June, you both, everything, like yours is even by June, everything over these final days, less than, we know at least it's less than 2 weeks. We got the right of relay. Less than 2 weeks. It's less than 2 weeks. So like he is going to be in a wonderful place as well, protected. They finally have him. You know, they wanted your son so bad. So finally gonna be working with him, and he's gonna have his adventures. You know, about all of the types of adventure he craves. He's going to have it. You're gonna have so many wonderful stories, exciting stories to share with you. He's gonna do well in this first round, the Navy part. He's gonna do well. He's not. He's not intimidated. He knows he's gonna be fit. You know, he knows he's gonna get through it. That part. Okay. Mhm. Yes. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Good. Mm-hmm. Very well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. It certainly will. The rest, I mean, that part, that crucial, this first steps are, of course, confidence is going to be booming once he accomplished this, and of course, he knows he's got the mind. That you said they want the mind, they want his brain. All that confidence is gonna come from within the physical, and the line. Mhm. Indeed. I was almost nervous. I was like, well, she'll be in guitar maybe. She'll be like in the other parts of the world. I've already been imagining like she's in another part of the world and she's enjoying her life. I get it. Like then she might call. She said she would. So that's what I was thinking. Yes, it's certainly indeed. Yes, I've already been imagining you contacted me from like, wow, should we contact me from guitar someday? Like, oh wow, it's gonna be so beautiful. Yes. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Indeed. Me too. Me too. Okay. Girl, stop being so scary. She better get on that plane. She knows I need bragging rights. I know somebody who works with and guitar is trending. Our president met up with guitar and they wrote, I mean, they opened up the heavens, they opened up the gates for him, and he's interacted with them. She better get on that plane. Like, what do you get out of it? Don't worry, you'll you'll hear about it. Yeah, I'll be bragging on this one. Oh yeah, by the way, her son is smart. He is X Files, but the real kind of X Files. He's going into government, but he's going into the Navy. He's going to do all that, of course. Well, the Navy is the kind of like the conduit, the gateway, but then he's going into super intelligence. They kind of have to lose, like they got to lose him and lose mind. Get him distracted. The Navy. Yeah. Then he's going into like private stuff. Mm, so I'm excited. He knows what I'm talking about. She's like asking me. I'm like, well, she's gonna go through that. I was like, you know, you can't. You're not supposed to know. I am not supposed to know. And instead of like, yeah, like, like, so he's asking on behalf of. See, I'm fair, especially to the ones when you're good to your parents. You're good to your mom. See, I'm fair to you. The young ones, the young men, and the young women too. I'm fair to them as well. I'm fair, but just remember whose side I'm on. I'm on your mom. I'm on your mom's side, right? I'm on your mom and dad's side. I'm on your dad's side, most likely. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was amazing. I did that. People are like dropping in on me. So let's see. People are like dropping in. Guess I can. I guess I can hang out a little longer. It's I don't know if I'm supposed to hang out for like 6. What do you call it? It's like technically I have like I think 2.5 more hours. I don't know if I want to. I don't know. I might kind of. Okay, well, okay, an hour and a half. I can maybe do another hour and a half because I like there's a show. Wait a minute, no, hold on. I'm a day. Oh man, I'm early. I'm already thinking about tomorrow. Okay, actually, I could. Oh, actually, I'm thinking it's. My brain is in Monday. Like I'm talking to them like it's Sunday, but my brain, I'm giving Monday to myself. Oh boy. So I'm like, don't you know I'm the most? I'm like the most powerful psychic. Nobody isn't bothering you. Nobody go just tell them, hey, I know Isaiah, the psychic. Yeah, you heard of him? You might not want to be trying to give me nothing. Don't give me no problem. Don't give me no Eve. Don't send nothing to me. Just let them know. Tell them I sent you. They'll understand. Mhm. She's protected. Uh, yes, I will protect my governess now. Come on. Well, some of y'all will get hit, but the governess will be protected at all times. Everybody loves the governess. Yeah. So that means so I have like just an hour and a half to go. So I can hang out for about an hour and a half, and then I can sign off. I don't know. Do I? Okay. Do I want to? I don't know if I can come on a little later. No. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't. There's a. In order for me to, I wouldn't be able to log in the way that I would like because I have to like. I mean, if I do log in, there's something with the camera. I can't. I wouldn't be able to use my camera. So that's when I can kind of like, I guess, do like a, what do you call those? Like a podcast. We just have an image. I could do it that way because that's the time when I'm also available through video, and I need my webcam, or I can go live through my phone. Which if I do that, it still works fine. I mean, I'm not like doing anything major. Like even with right now, it's kind of like just as the quality is equal to my going live on my phone because I'm not bringing anything up right now. So since I'm just going live, I'm just going live and just talking. It's kind of the same. It's exactly the same actually. So yeah, I might. So that therefore, then I probably should go live. I don't know. Not don't hold it to me. I'm doing a lot of thinking about it. But definitely tomorrow, Monday, apparently, I'm absolutely going live. Going live tomorrow. And I'll have to set up a nice little thumbnail, which I probably could do now. Oh, no, I can't do it right now. I mean, I can, but I'm not going to. Go ahead and link it together. Okay. Whew. Mhm. Mm, yes. She got a little too close. She knows. She knows now that I be fighting for her like an angel, like her personal angel. She knows. She knows. Usually they just kind of suspect, but yeah, that was pretty direct. Hey, hey. It is big spirit. I spoke something really spiritual. Oh, golly. Ooh. Mm. Bring it back up. Bring it to the shoulder. Bow, 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 bring it. Bow, 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 bow. I zened for a moment. Mm. Ooh. Okay, so um, you know what? This is how I knew that I had that my heart was gonna do something different. So I remember when I was very young, I would meet people and they were just had the most amazing spirit about them. And so instead of my inclination was to make sure they how special that they were over the idea of taking advantage of them. So I knew that my heart wasn't never gonna be like taking advantage of people. I just don't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have the heart for it. You know, I wouldn't be a part of that club. I mean, like even reading for people. I mean, I can only help people, but so far. So like I can't. So when they say is your reading's total, like okay, so if somebody were to say, you know, somebody was like, well, I'm a what do you call it? What do they call those people? Where they want to believe, but you have to scientifically prove, and so they would ask in a very a Gnostic person, a Gnostic believer, like they would pose a question. Okay, you say that you have non-biased, non-judgmental psychic readings. I would say, agreed, yes. However, they would say, so would you read a person to, and it would be non-judgmental if they were the villain. It depends what kind of villain that they are. It and usually where I know without a doubt that where the being non-judgmental, it's more like it's more truthful to be judgmental. But when we say non-judgmental, we mean don't fear to share, like information that you would not want to share with a friend because of how that friend will perceive you. That's what I meant by non-judgmental. But so far I was like, I'm outright villain. I'm gonna no. I start like helping. Like I would help the person, but in a way that helped everybody. That's what I do. I would be healing their path, your path. So I would say I maybe like if you're like fiery angry and you're like I want a psychic reading and I want to be like fiery angry, I'm probably not the best choice because I'm gonna be like this person, she can move on and be happy in her life, and you now, because now you can be happy in your life, or like you have a relationship now flourishing, this person should be allowed to flourish and move on with his life, so like he can be happy now. Like, no, I'm happy, but I want that person miserable. Like, you had to experience that to get this, which is better, way better than that. This person can have a little bit, can have the happiness, can go on and heal and grow and expand and growth in you. So, so I would say, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but when I say it's a context that we could talk about these things and you not feel judged. But in the context of like, like who's dealing karma, I have said, well, the one who's dealing the karma, shouldn't that be a higher power? Shouldn't that be a higher power? So I would think of it like that. And guess who showed up out of nowhere? I mean, I mean, it can be judgmental. I mean, you mess with my governess. Now, you mess with my governess. That's you mess with my governess. You. Oh boy. Okay. So I'm doing so well by being live. I'm kind of nervous about signing out, and then taking a reading because I think I should at least coast this session out since I already started. I feel good, so I probably should stick around, so hang out for the next hour and a quarter, 1.25 hour. I think that's the way you say it. 1 hour, quarter minutes. Okay. Hmm. They're happy. They are very happy. They, yeah, London is very happy with the weather. They've not been getting that dreary weather. They've been basking in. They say they've been getting nice weather and the sun's out. Come to find out, they actually like it. But of course, the media is saying, "Oh yeah, they into that. They like that dark. They love that weather. They like always raining." No, they don't. My clients, like, yeah, they're depressed in the most depressed place. They're so miserable that they don't like that. I remember one of the first clients that I read was like, I'm miserable. I'm depressed. I'm depressed. I can't even function. I can't even go spend time with my family. I want to. They don't like that. Like anyone else, also, we would say doesn't put out there that they like that either. I mean, you have to work with what you dealt, work with the cards you dealt. So if they knew how to do better, if they could achieve better, would they? Yes. Hello, yes. They love sunny weather when they have an opportunity to have it. Okay. 5 of what? Okay. Wands, wands, coins, arcana, judgment again, the tower. Okay, so and then there's a age of Aquarius. By the way, I'm doing um, from the book of Isaiah to deal with the towers. Um, that's going to be interesting. But I'm doing that for Twitter, and then I'll bring it here. And everything in moderation. Okay, so who else? Okay, I wonder if I don't think we forgot anybody. Like, I don't feel anybody under the radar. Some people, they're still trying to like figure it out and they're like doing their own thing. And then they contact me. I'm like, oh, so I'm gonna be honest. I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta send energy your way. I'm like, oh, there it goes. So I mean, but it's like usually it's like one, is, but it always in the right timing, it always works out to the highest. Up, voice. Okay, exploring. Okay, the business, the network. Okay, the balance, justice, charity. Okay, what are the risks to take off? Okay, mistakes. Sorting out the health wise. Okay. Okay. Advance the changes. Okay. First of all, okay, the home exploration. Need to explore. Explore. Oh boy. Oh boy. Luck. Now I had to show this one. Charity. I mean, I don't mind like, you know, doing things like that, like getting people all the way, but they gotta have a good heart though. I only do it. I only would go out for somebody who has a good heart. That's it. That's the Aries part of, you know, Aries are very much like that. It's part of Aries vibration, you know, to get the support and the eternal backing and the most powerful backing support with no question from, you know, from Aries. I'm a ficus, but the Aries part of me. You have to show loyalty and trust. But people, well, here's the catch. People like to sacrifice a good lamb or ram. They love that sacrificing, you know. They want to sacrifice it. And so when it only takes once, you break the trust. It's like a golden trust. You steal the golden fleece of a ram, you are done forever. There's no coming back from that, from that type of distrust. So yeah, all you have to do is when you gain the trust, you gain a loyal friend, and that's most important to Aries. And that's why Aries have short-lived relationships. It's not because Aries are bad at relationships and they have short-lived relationships. No, because the people they get invested in, involved with, is short-lived because they broke that trust of that Aries. But we all are all the signs. So everything I just said is a little bit of that in you. It's just more abundant in others and on someone else. It's more, you know, like revealed. Okay, two more. I'm almost to my 1 hour mark. I kind of need to stick around for 1 more hour at least. That's gonna be tough. I'm disciplined. I can do it. Charity again. What's going on with this charity work? Charity. I like correspondences. I always take note if I have two different methods in this correspondence, I pay attention. Unrealistic promoter, money management, can reconsider the situation. Business, caution, be cautious with business. The voice, entertaining. Be cautious, move with caution. The law, unfulfilled. The gift, I appreciate good perfection. Patience, smooth partnership. Okay. Okay, list the risk, all the concerns, and look in silence. Okay, so which one? Okay. First of all, it's more like moving with caution. We know why caution, but they said the sixth. Charity over. Oops. luck, luck. I can't go wrong. I can't go wrong with attraction like magnetism like that. Luck, luck. You see my correspondences? Yeah. What? That's how like whenever that's how my cards work. It just magnetize the right cards. They just magnetize to me. The right ones always come up. That's why I have like total. If you want to say, if I may say, anyone looking have total faith in the right card coming up. Mm. This is a shout out. It's just a shout out. I think I already helped. Yeah, I already secured you. Okay, so 4, 3. Uh, June month. Something is. Yes, I'm supposed to talk about the towers. We know that. That's the book of Isaiah. Every time I've shuffled this deck, this card has come up. And this is my, well, talks a lot about the home. People. It's not letting me get a word. It's not letting me run away from this. I know. They're waiting. You mess with my governess. My governess alone. Good. Okay. Okay. Transformation. Okay. So, there's I'll try to draw it up. Hold on. One sec. Here it is. Okay. Now just come here. Image. Okay, here we go. So base. Is it this way? Okay. So Okay, so basically, okay, so it has the moon. Where's the moon at? Oh, well, hold on, let me see if I can. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Can I point? Oh, I'm thinking of a green screen. Never mind. All right. No. Okay. Oh, okay. So what I'm looking at is the moon in Aquarius. So the moon is what to Uranus, which is a sextile. Okay, so that's pretty good. All right. And what is it to the eighth house? Um, okay, so Uranus. So basically, it looks like this. Is what they want me to be paying attention to. And the way that, well, I can't use my formula because I'd have to do a lot of, I had to do mathematical equations. So, yeah, that's a symbol of reed, the sacred symbols. That's my last name. Okay, so, um, basically, it's also it's in conjunction with the sun. So very illuminesque. Oh, that's a gravitational independent pull. Um, Venus is playing in Aries, also communication to Taurus, also the cusp of Taurus. Now, we have, now, solarly is 2 days away from Gemini. So, there you have it. in the also in the eighth house, Gemini. Of course, in the new astrology, however, this does not apply. We're not actually, so when you look at this, it's like, we're going to be in Gemini. It's like, no, no, no. We're still in July until June. We're in Taurus until like June. So um, about mid-June. So we're still in working out Taurus over these next few weeks even. And then Gemini will happen. Um, a lot going on in like a business reform, referendum. Referendum. Yes, referendum. Okay, which is why they give us that. It says is a vote on a measure. So there's restructuring, like we said, and reform. Okay, and on the referendum, if a vote on a measure submitted to the people by a legislative body or by popular initiative. There you go. So we have some changes um, happening in the business sector, okay, in the business realm. Got it. And that's what Jupiter and the Gemini means. But of course, this is representation of course, when we look on here, Uranus is in the eighth, well, more like in the ninth, but it's close. Well, it's the sign is playing of the Taurus sign, which is the attraction or the opposite of Scorpio. Is it's going on, is happening. So there's things that are taking place that are Scorpio related. Jupiter is going to play a major role upcoming, or we're moving towards Jupiter, of course, um, at the North Node or at the peak, the zenith. So definitely all of the visionary people, even the, I would say, intellectual community, mainly people who are visionary, wanting things to go forward, maybe with the business prospect. It's definitely reform, but talk about reform, maybe even like the changing of minds at the last minute. But the moon is also connected with Pluto, this particular sign's planet. So it's like Neptune, Uranus is in the Scorpio, as Pluto is in, of course, connected with the moon. Of course, we know where Pluto is in retrograde in. Yes, Pluto is in retrograde in Aquarius. So there's a lot going on here in the realm of money, in the realm of things starting to really pick up. Um, well, according to the cards, this represents, basically it's describing like one step, one it's like one more thing that needs to happen. That's gonna, of course, over the time of roughly about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, which this is meant to manifest. Now, I know that everything is happening within 2 weeks because of this Venus in Aries, which that's why I needed to read the Towers. So there's more like two. So instead of 3 weeks, it's 2 weeks. And and having like one more step forward until one can step it fully into the, I would say, like the tangible things that are moving forward in terms of like money, especially making money in business. So things are really beginning to shape up with clients, which does it manifests. Things happen, then they're saying, oh, well, what's next? What's next for us? What do you see from me now? All these other things have happened. The way that I read is like, let's say, um, let's look at this, like that Mars planet. Basically, I look for Mars, and then I have to, in order like to do the formula, I have to like discover where Mars is at, which right here it says, basically it would be written as like, okay, Mars is in Leo, I believe. That's how you write it. Like Mars is in Leo, in the house of Aquarius, and which is then I think that takes us to Uranus, Uranus, I believe. I don't know about heart. I've got the my formula layout, and then so once we discover that we keep following the trend, and which I call this clairvoyant astrology. It's clear. What makes it clairvoyant or psychic is because once you like these are okay, these are answers you're gonna get that are not in a book. So you also have to make. I guess you kind of have to just be well versed with the collective universal symbols, and then you can put it. Then of course you can put it all together. For example, energetically, we are going to have abundance of energy. By the way, everyone does sound like abundantly energized. Like my what they call it, the receptionists sound so like they're up there. You could hear it in their voice. Like it's we having great weather. We finally have good weather here in London. Let me see if I have an example of formulas. Well, this is one of the formula, but so basically, Mars and Gemini is so the House of Gemini, which is Aquarius. This is a different kind of formula. Um, well, this is kind of a different formula, which I kind of already did that one naturally. Yeah, I already did that when I was looking for my. There's another formula that's a little bit more. It's like I call it matrices. Not sure. I got it. It's in that one. Maybe. Here's an example. Kind of. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's kind of, yeah, this is an example. So it kind of looks like this is an example of President Donald Trump's formulas. This is all his formulas. Basically, so I would put, so it'd be, okay, we start with Mars and then, okay, yeah, 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 that's right. Oh, okay, I did it right the first time. I was just making sure. And then of course you can write it out like notation. You can write it out as I do. And that's how so I call unit spirit taught me how to do that. So I call it clairvoyant astrology. And basically clairvoyance is the sight, so it covers like the psychic side, and you have to then once you lay out the formula, whatever the formula, like in this case, Mars in to Leo in the house of Aquarius, which is Uranus, and then Uranus over Taurus, or factors into Taurus, into the ninth house. Because you talk about the sign, which is Sagittarius, which is Jupiter. So naturally, I'm following this in my brain. I was working at the formula in my brain. That's why I brought up Jupiter earlier. And then you just keep going. Of course, I also brought up um, Pluto and the connection to the moon. Because that all that was through the now that was through more like the psychic side, more like through the tarot. So that's how they become interwoven. Because, for example, the tower is the Hebrew symbol for hay, but also is the symbol for the planet Mars. And so the all of the planets and the constellations have or correspond, of course, to letters. It could be Hebrew letters. It could be. I've also translated it into. Usually, it's to stick with Hebrew letters, but I like to translate it also into the Greek letters. Of course, if you can do Hebrew and Greek, then you could do it in English. You could do it in any language, Hindi any language. So, but these are the two that are synonymous with the Holy Bible. So that's why I utilize it in this space. But yeah, you could like there's some, I guess, alphabets that are very sophisticated, very complicated, very complex. But when you look at it, of course, closely, it's they all the systems, I guess, alphabetical systems, they're going to follow the same rule as the alphabet, English alphabet. So you will be able to find the letters that would correspond with, if you know to follow, make the system your system to to your, if you want to say, language, to your uh, culture even. So, anyways, so I just wanted to share that. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Anyway, so that's the nature. Like, I mean, I don't know if that's valid to say. Why is yours, but why is mine is so accurate? Like, why is it so accurate? Why is it always so like? Why is it so specific? Why is it on point? That doesn't answer that. I wasn't answering the accuracy. I was answering like how, I guess, how I go about it. to working with, like, how does it, where does it all intertwine, intersect? Yeah, it intersects from the very beginning. It's just I just know it just flows for me intuitively, actually. Okay, which one is this one? Okay, I have like 20 more minutes, and then I can take my break. So whenever I'm placing together, I guess like the astrological charts, they actually should align, if because if everything is true about synchronicity, the whatever this okay, so whatever the method, they should align, even if you were to use, I guess, astrology, because whenever, so I used two different methods here, and I've got some correspondence, which happens, typical. That's for me, that's normal. But not only for the cards, but wouldn't that also apply when it's, let's say, astrology? So it's a yes. So whenever I was looking at, some of the, like, the planets that showed up in just a spread of seven cards, it made sense. The planets, the constellation, they are in, for me, there is a synchronicity, a pattern that can that's visible, first of all, visually on the chart, but also it's visible in the tarot. It's also recognizable to the mind. And so it follows a, like, if you want to say a mathematical pattern or a geometric pattern that you can outline. It can be actually be outlined. You can create an equation for it, even. Well, the equation's already laid out in itself. Just look at the symbol and just write it out. That's what as I've done here. So that's how I do it. Of course, I'm going to go more into detail with that as the channel is becoming more and more, um, like, visible in memberships. So we'll do it in memberships for sure. I'll share with people. Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to say, well, do I need to tell you how to do it? It's more like I demonstrate it, and then you'll see how it makes sense. It's not necessarily to show you how to do it, but like to get you used to seeing what's already visible. You're already looking at it. It's a matter of seeing the patterns. But that's why when I say matrix, now I can use this. So one of these is a matrix. Just one is a matrix. That makes these matrices. So all of these are their own unique formula. Which I could take one of these and create an entire reading. I could take all of these and create pages and pages. Now, here's the kicker. You do this for one person, or one person, one place, one thing. So, and also those, you have to monitor as the chart is progressing, because as a chart is moving, everything, the planets, the stars, or the constellations, everything, the even the houses shift, and this matrices will change. So you have to also update, and with it, when that change, the information change. The way that you interpret the information will change. Although the pattern um, to come up with the equations, they do not change, and that's what makes it that what makes it a method. I can use that as that's my method, but that's the methodology. So that's, you just have to know what you're looking at, but that's how it plays out. So I'm always keeping tabs. I'm always keeping in step with those who I'm working with. Although um, these procedure that I'm describing had nothing to do with the types, the reading style used today. In fact, none of these styles were ever implemented in any aspect over the course and time I've read for my clients. This is something all of its own, completely different. And it would be very strange for me to spend that amount of time on one single person, like a client, even if a client that was a regular. So that's one is for uh, President Donald Trump. So like it would be more like a like a psychic prophecy or something like is in a macrocosm that I would employ a method like this one, because like just working with people day to day, I can just use my natural abilities. I could use my cards if I feel like it. And if they happen to bring up astrology, I can do a quick look at, or remember, oh yeah, this is going on, and I can talk about it. So there's that. Yeah, so it's very complex. Psychic readings. They can be, yes, they can be general, but I don't like to think of general. I never thought of general as like glazing over information and keep you guessing. General for me represents, I'm going to just read for you and tell you the details of a specific area without you intervening or sharing information, insights. So that's what I call a general reading. Um, yeah, we have different. I mean, the names that we used to utilize, people have taken them and they made it into something else. I remember a cold reading just meant, okay, I'm going to read for you, and that means you're not going to give me any feedback. So that's why, so I've always done cold readings, and so that's why I don't ask questions to anyone. I never ask questions. If I'm asking a question, it's for a reason. It's like it's meant for you to give a response, but it's an answer that I already know. And oftentimes I'll say, well, rather you give me the answer, I'll just tell you, and then you give me feedback. So I also do it that way. So I can do it either way. But if I ask, it's that because I want the person to take charge of this part of the conversation and own it. So but it's definitely not, as you say, re, what they call it, rhetorical question. It's not rhetorical. It's meant to be answered, but it's meant for you to ponder the question because it helps you through the realization moment. Because sometimes we're trying to get a person to aha. We want the person to go to the aha moment. So sometimes it takes all that. So, okay, so uh, 10, 11, 12. Okay, got it. So, Aquarius, well, the three concepts here would be organization, um, the actualization. What are some public elements? Hmm. The microcosm, I'm gonna be honest with you. Microcosm, I think, is more challenging for me than the macrocosm. The microcosms, those challenge me all the time. Macrocosms, I understand perfectly. Microcosms, because it always makes me think of like time frames. I'm always looking for placements on the timeline that make sense. So I'm always having to like look into things. Okay, so um, um, I think that these represent. This is definitely represents time because in it's a lot of nines here, which means there's one missing, which is the nine of no, that's not that one. Coins, money, coins. Everything is present, just the coins. Fullness, fullness emotionally. So now we can cheat, as we say, look in the back of the book. So now I know which of the four corners missing. Now it's gotta just do is hunt for it. here we are. So, it's all about contracts. Okay. Three. Okay. So the last fulfillment, contract, the heart, or the fullness. New beginnings. Okay, new beginnings. Oh, and we don't need these because I already covered those. So this is towards, okay, moving towards a new beginning, a new way. Usually that's represented by introductions. So like a new introduction of sorts. That's where this is coming from. Realm of creation. This is a creative creation moment. Okay. That's for sure. Creativity. And something that is a legal way through, like a permission or approval. Could also mean keys, new keys coming through. New keys. Receiving keys. Receiving the keys. Okay. Absolutely surety for future. But a lot of it is associated with commitment. So, well, actually, those are linked. And that's something very specific. Time-wise, we're preparing for that. It's going to, I mean, technically, it is 4 more weeks out, at least 4 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. But we can begin to see signs, like within the first week of June, actually. First week of June for signs that would represent the new beginning. New beginnings as in receiving keys. So like it can mean finally starting the things up, maybe starting the machine up. Startups, that's what it is, startups. I keep seeing new beginnings in an arrangement, like a new arrangement. I keep seeing that. So that's what the symbolisms are going to represent. And I made it. So did I make it? Made it to the end. I made it the full way. The hour. Get these cards shuffled. Okay, so my next time, I guess, the next time that I'm actually here is where I'm doing readings. The next next time I'm doing readings is about 3 hours from now, from 3 to 9. So I could come in, I could drop in and do something from that time frame. Of course, I would be. I think I'm going to be working. I'll be going live on my phone. If I were to do it, I could. So I'll probably come back around that time. So yeah, I spent 5 hours. So nearly 6 hours. Ooh. Okay. Make sure that everything is shuffled. All right, so I will come back around that time um, and definitely there's plans to come on in the wee early hours in the mornings. That's going to be like 3 a.m. my time because it's 9 o'clock their time. And of course, if you like live psychic readings, it's at 3 a.m. I'll be back. Definitely live psychic readings then. And I'm going to try to come back this evening, which is at 6 p.m. So that's roughly 3 hours from now.